Okay. Yeah, we get this picture now when we actually finish the game, by the way. Which is cool. Welcome to Reverie for the final stream. Make sure that this is doing a thing here. Yep. Okay. Not that it matters, like I'm not gonna do anything. Do I have any things to get?
Activated.
Power Fort RP?
Confirming
No,
rank
I already did that, okay. Yeah, it's too bad I'm missing 5 RP from, you know, that. Is that the only RP I missed in the whole game? I think so. By the way, you can literally miss every single optional RP in, like, the battles in the main story, and still get the final reward. Doesn't matter. It's kind of funny, but... Yeah, unfortunately I just missed 3 chests. I don't know where I missed 3 chests, though. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go up. I guess we can do our final polls of whatever we got here first, and then we can go to do our things here.
Sealing stones unsealable.
Oh, all we have is the white sealing stone. Okay. I guess that's fine. Is it called Beyond the Reverie or something? What's it called? Yeah, Beyond the Reverie. So, this is it, the final Daydream. Although it's 3 of them. Now this is Calvert's setup, completely. When we already had the other white sealing stone that was Calvert set up, and there's been some other Calvert set up here and there, but I don't think anybody responds anything differently. I don't think anybody says anything different now that we've beaten the game. I don't think they have anything. Are they saying something new?
Hi.
Oh, I don't remember this dialogue. This might be new.
Need?
Oh, I guess they are saying new things. Oh, okay. I guess they all have new dialogue. Right? I didn't know that. They're actually responding to beating final boss here, even though that doesn't make sense because we can fight it again, but whatever.
Hey there,
I'll read the dialogue. Or maybe this is the dialogue you get before starting the final battle. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to talk to everybody. Just to see what they say.
Gotta tinker with something.
Oh, no, they are responding to saving white-haired Kia, I guess. Okay. I literally didn't know they had dialogue for it. That's cool.
Need anything?
You got a sec?
I have to do something.
Okay, I mean, that's cool. I like that. I'll have to talk to Ren as well. I wasn't planning on doing this, but, like, it's cool.
Need me for something?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some of you in the future. You'll definitely show up again, Gaius, because you're freaking Dominion now. Which is kind of weird, but hey. You know, whatever. What else do we got?
Come for a talk.
I mean,
whatever
probably.
your worries, let them rest.
Got stuff going on?
Oh, yeah, okay. This must be set up for Calvert because, well,
Hey, what's new?
yeah, it's definitely set up for Calvert. I don't know if we'll ever see
If
you
you
again,
could
Laura.
keep
You're
it
pretty
short.
boring. We probably will, but I mean, I don't know. She's kind of boring. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Working hard?
Just wandering around?
Yeah, that final battle sure was hard. Oh well.
And how do you fare, my friend?
Of course he's playing his freaking thing.
I wonder.
Oh, right, you're pregnant. I forgot.
What? You need something?
Yeah, you did kind of get dragged into this, McBurn. Probably. Yeah, the clocks went forward an hour. I should probably schedule them more in advance, but
Do you need me?
I didn't realize they had dialogue for, you know, talking after the final boss. It's so weird because you could literally fight the final boss again.
A pleasure.
But I guess we're just acting like it's defeated and we're still here for some reason. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, I know. Man, the Novartis thing is weird. Like, I don't understand why I'm guessing at some point the Grand Master is going to throw Novartis
What is
overboard like she did with Weissman. Because obviously with Weissman, she obviously, well, Ouroboros in general hated Weissman. So I'm assuming she did too.
How are you doing?
And just kind of threw him away once she was done using him for whatever he accomplished for her, which, you know, was getting the Oriole for them, basically. I mean, they stole
I'm
it
ready
back
to
from
do
him, but,
whatever you
know,
ask.
he was the one that got them access to it. And then, you know, she got rid of him because, well, allowed Kevin to kill him.
Mind lending me your ear?
Because, you know, Weissman is kind of pure evil.
Well, this is a lot, huh?
I'm assuming she's going to do the same to Novartis at some point, who is pretty much just like Weissman.
Can I help you?
I can't imagine them not just getting rid of him once he's no longer useful to them. Because he seems like the other person that nobody seems to like. They might do the same to Belle, too. They kind of treat her similar to Weissman.
What?
A new threat to Zemiria, or Olivier and Shara's kid taking more after its father? Probably the latter.
Hey, listen to this.
Okay, cool.
Is something the matter?
Well, our memories aren't going to completely disappear anymore,
You can
according
always hang with
to
me.
Azoth, who's going to shut down again. It'll be like a vague kind of feeling, I guess. Which it did as
How you doing?
a appreciative thing for them, I guess. Yeah, Azoth was basically like an Elysium, but it developed a conscience. Because it had a relationship with the first Arnor.
Thanks for thinking of me.
Yeah, it is sad, because then we're probably never going to be able to play as Tio again. But at least I got to use her in the final battle with her and Ren. Ren we're definitely going to be playing as again. I mean, Ren is like the favorite character of the freaking series, so... We'll be seeing her again.
Something?
Actually, we'll be seeing her again pretty soon.
Greetings, child of man.
Right. Sure thing, Zeit.
Wanna
Strange
chat?
that Zeit wasn't made playable in this game. 15 hours, let's say it's 3 p.m. I see. Cool.
Hey.
I did put up my
Rouse.
update for Chrono Trigger. Well, not Chrono Trigger in general, but I just used Chrono Trigger. I put up the layout. I think I'm gonna put like the thumbnail in general for, you know,
Hello there.
the top screen for Chrono Trigger. Now, Radiant Historia does interact with the two screens
doing?
occasionally. But it's not really that
I hope you're doing well.
noticeable. But there's times when there's characters on the top screen talking to characters on the bottom screen, so I have to think about it. I want to keep the duplicated screens.
Sure, I've got a minute.
How's it going?
It is kind of weird, admittedly, when they're
Hello.
looking at Ren and
How are
Ren's
you
not there
doing?
because you're walking around as her. That's the fun part. You're not wrong, Ren. God, Ren is so awesome.
Hear me out.
Wasn't a total buzzkill.
Hey there.
All right, Yuna. Yeah, we had a party of 51 characters, so, you know.
What next?
I know it's kind of weird that, Demiurgos was stronger than A, the original, and B, it was stronger than, the Great One, mech thing. The Zeroth Knight, even though the Zeroth Knight was 7 Divine Knights plus 2 Septarians. And apparently, 1 Septarian is stronger than that. I just chalked that up to the Mirage Septarian being ludicrously more powerful than the Fire and Earth Septarians combined. Which makes sense to me. I mean, I always kind of assumed that... Shut up, Reen. You're not going to listen to freaking
Yes?
Osborne.
Is something the matter?
But anyway, the Mirage Septarian... The Zero Septarian could do ridiculous things, so... You know, a Demiurgos based on that again would be probably really strong compared to other Septarians.
Hear me out.
Like, I tend to think the Oriole is probably much more powerful than the Steel Septarian. Even though it's 2 Septarians, like, Fire and Earth should logically be much weaker than, you know, literal control of causality. Oh, I'll take a... Oh, what am I doing? I'll take a look at it. Because, you know, I want some ideas for layouts. DS Let's Plays are hard. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do the Daydream now.
Rendering browsing interface.
Beyond the Reverie, the final one. Now, I think it only starts with one of them, but trust me, there's 3 of them. I hope you like visual novels, because they're visual novels. Right. Memories of what will be in the near future? Gotcha. So this stuff hasn't technically happened yet where we are in the Reverie corridor, but they're going to. They're giving an excuse for why we're seeing future events, basically. Even though they didn't have to give an excuse. easier than emulation. Probably. Oh no, we start with 2, but yeah, we're gonna go down the list here. We're gonna go to a hot spring paradise, apparently. Okay, January 1208. Septium calendar. So we're in the Calvardian Basin. Long Lie, basically. It's a town. I'm sure we'll be going to it in the next game. It has a hot spring. I'm sure we'll see lots more fan service there. They're full on segments that are just text on black background. I guess so, yeah. So, yeah, we got, he's at the, do we know who this is about? Well, whatever. Somebody's there at the hot spring paradise, I guess. Yeah, it's Reen and his family. Okay, admittedly, Elise looks really good with her hair braided like that. Yeah, that is Elise. Like, I kind of wish that was her normal hairstyle. She looks really good. A lot less generic like that. Yeah, they're eating food at the place here. Bishan and I guess. Obviously, it's his parents as well are there. They're on vacation. Shockingly, she's not trying to jump, you know, their adopted son, which is good. Apparently, it's super expensive. Thanks for talking about, you know, money. Elise, like, your parents are probably fairly well off. They're literally a baron. You know, that woman goes there to braid to take that every single day. Yeah, it would be a pain in the ass. Okay, Reen is the budget buster in you will like how much we saved. You get a free vacation. Of course you do, Reen. Of course you do. Oh, because you happen to run, you know, a similar establishment, you get to just be here for free. Great. I guess Ereboni and Calvert are on better terms now. Kind of happens when, okay, yeah, so Calvert is going through massive economic upswing because Erebonia basically had to give it all of its money because Erebonia is a national pariah. Yeah, you kind of have to, you know, pay for the damages you did. Friendship over fighting? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I know. They probably want the free publicity to begin with. Like, why would they have to pay? I mean, he literally assassinated the Chancellor that started a world war, which Calvardians would probably be... They would probably view Reen as an actual hero. Like, you killed the Chancellor that was trying to take over our country. Like, yeah, thank you. He should be getting a hero's welcome in Calvard. Reen's what, like 22 here? 23? Something like that. Uh-oh, we're gonna go into the hot springs. We gonna get some visual novel fan service of Elise? Actually, I don't know. I don't think we do. Maybe we do, but I don't think so. Okay. Oh, it's medicinal hot springs, huh? You want to like build your own medicinal hot spring? Okay. Apparently Reen really likes hot springs now. at least old enough to drink now? She might be. She's close. Just like how the ramen shop made big bucks because the Hokage still eats there and does commercials for them. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Reen's going for a walk. Where's he going? Well, oh, not the real reason he agreed, huh? Oh, yep, that's Yoon Kafai from behind, obviously. You can tell from the weird hair thing. Apparently, Reen is looking for his old master. Who's like 70, so, you know, he's probably super badass. Yeah, I would imagine he's one of the strongest people in the series. Right. Ah, so I guess after Reen became a Divine Blade, Yoon Kafai never talked to him again by letter. What's the true meaning behind being the final blade to master the 8 leaves? I don't know. Oh, he wants to ask things that don't have anything to do with swordsmanship, too. Okay. Apparently even Cassius couldn't answer them. Even Cassius doesn't talk to him, I guess. I'm sure we'll see Yoon Kafai eventually in the Calvert arc. The most common speculation that he's going to somehow replace Aryan Rod as the 7th Anguist. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but like he's definitely going to play some role. Ah. So Reen went on vacation with his family, hoping to find Yoon Kafai. And he may or may not be here, apparently. Yeah, the Calvardian is, the architecture in Calvard looks like it's gonna be really cool. Imagine we'll see this place soon in the next game. Okay. Would make excellent gifts for his friends, coworkers, and his students. Yeah. Obviously, none of them are here. I guess he's gonna think about Yuna and them. Yeah, so they're literally about to graduate. That's how long this has been. Yep. They're gonna leave the nest, I guess. Yuna, Altina, Kurt, Muse, and Ash are gonna graduate. I'm surprised they still drew Altina looking like that. They probably haven't decided what she's gonna look like when she's older. They're actually upperclassmen now. On the verge of graduation. I mean, they literally saved the world, so, you know. Graduating school should be, like, nothing for them, frankly. I mean, Kurt still has to do, you know, find Cedric eventually. Yeah, pretty much, Rain. Oh, can't find him, huh? Oh, gotta go to the mountains to the south? Well, I guess we could just go to it, I guess. You want to spend time with your family the next day, so you gotta go walk some mountains, huh? Okay. You're gonna use his your weird I can sense things ability? Sure. Wow. That sounds ridiculous. I guess he did talk about this in CS2. The hot spring owner hanging up a bear. Like, the Ashen Knight here, her bunny prefers. Insert the name of spring here. Yeah, probably. Right, okay, so he's tracking, you know, footprints, all that stuff. That makes sense. A camp? Multiple sites like the first, huh? That's weird. Multiple camps? Something was being measured? Well, that's weird. Researchers, but it's large in scale. Oh, a mound of evidence, I guess. Somebody forced their way through here in a car. Or hacked open a path wide enough for a car to go through. That's weird. Somebody must really like their car, like Noelle. I wonder if we'll see a car race in Calvert. Probably. I mean, not that I'm that interested in watching cars go around in a circle, but hey. Okay, just keep following the trail. Or someone's approaching you, I guess. One, no, two people? Okay, two. No scholars? Oh, Reen's gonna be like, come on out. I mean, maybe they're friendly. They're probably not friendly, huh? Oh, apparently they're shinobi. Well then. Oh, you have a contract to, assassinate Reen? Okay. Sure. Good luck with that. He's had hyperbolic time chaining training at this point. Oh, so now you can use Morning Moon outside of your mech, huh? Okay, Reen. That would have been useful, you know, during the entirety of CS4 on foot, or, you know, maybe against that final boss that I just fought. No, of course not. Jackass. Oh, apparently Reen's just gonna kick their ass. Or... apparently not. How do they have 8 leaves training? That's weird. That's very weird. They don't know the school, but they have a similar style, I guess. Ikaruga, whatever that is. The Black God One Blade School, because every school has to have a weird-ass name. The what? Yeah, that's about right, Reen. Okay. Oh. Okay. Some sort of shuriken? Like a large shuriken. Yeah, like a Yuffie shuriken, basically. But, yeah, okay. Of course, Reen's gonna do his attack and deflect it, because frickin' Reen. He literally just used Helix on it. Yeah, that's what it is. That's one weird outfit, man. I mean, it is pretty, you know, impressive that the two grunts were able to keep up with Green, apparently, to a degree. Yeah, like, who are you? Oh, okay. You want Green to just leave and go home? He's looking for you and Kafai, though. You seen him? He's an old hermit, about 70. No? Okay. I like how this guy's just like, yeah, I can't tell you anything about who I am or anything, but my name's Kurogane, of the Rogetsu School. I thought you couldn't disclose anything, dude. Like, make up your mind. Whatever. Guess we're gonna have a duel. Oh, those are like as big as swords, I guess. So you have like a double dual saber kind of thing, except it's like a cross. Yeah, it's a giant ass shuriken. Oh, you're just gonna close the distance and you'll have an advantage? That's what you think, Green? Okay. Oh, there you go. Second form Gale. That'll close the distance. That makes sense. Apparently you were wrong, though, Rain. Or, well, I guess it's, you know, pressuring him. Oh, I guess he can literally just take the thing apart into two separate swords. Wow. Okay. That's pretty impressive. So you have two dual sabers. Wow. I mean, Bro's got nothing on that. You could dual wield dual sabers, huh? That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Crow was the only person that Rain knew could use it, but he could only use one. This guy uses two. Huh, they're pretty evenly matched, I guess. This guy must be really strong. Right, yeah, because dual sabers, that is a weakness. You're basically not able to take advantage of how long they are because you're holding them in the middle, so that makes sense. Oh, they're also even shorter than Crow's because they're designed to be a shuriken, too. That makes sense. Green should have a range advantage. Oh, you knocked one out. That's good. Oh, you got a hidden kunai, of course. Who's your princess? What are you talking about? Oh, of course. Do your finest technique. You can disappear, apparently. Well, that's weird. Spatial translocation? You mean teleportation? Oh. Okay, he picked up his other one. Gonna do your weird close your eyes and look? Yeah. I have no idea what the hell the guy is doing. Some weird attack. Okay, so Reen is using where it's being thrown from to find out where he is, which is smart. I blocked it barely. A grand storm of death. Did he make phantom copies of himself? I don't know, did he? You gotta use unification. Do you literally have to transform to beat this guy? Yeah, basically. Quadruple saber, basically. He combines them like a cross, making a thing. Yeah, he did phantom copy thing. And he's been throwing a bunch of shurikens, I guess. Well, he's got him now, I guess. At full power Reen. Zerith form? What the hell is the There's now a Zerith form? What just happened? Oh. Well, that's okay. What do you mean that wasn't all? Oh. Well, I hope you didn't like that sword, Reen, because, it's broken. Apparently it got cut in half. So, yeah, it's, kind of hilarious that the last fight Reen has in his entire arc is him getting his ass utterly kicked and demolished. In fact, he literally just lost this fight in one blow to this girl or this woman who's apparently ridiculously strong. Clearly much stronger than anyone else in the series so far, if she's able to literally not only sneak up on Reen, like to the point where his unclouded eye doesn't work at all, but just one-shot him when he's fully transformed. I know she caught him off guard, but no, Reen would lose even in a straight-up fight pretty easily. Yeah, she's probably the strongest person in the series, I guess. At least so far. She's got some sort of weird special sword, I guess. Yeah, I guess she's got a sword even more powerful than Louvet's sword and McBurn's sword. Probably significantly so. I guess it just has the ability to literally just slash through anything. Which sounds massively overpowered, but hey. What do I know? So somehow she has like an entirely new form of the 8 leaves that I don't know, that we've never heard of. Literally a 0 form of the 8 leaves. So now there actually is 8 forms of the. Well, technically there's 9 now, because yeah, the 8th one is the unarmed style. So now there's 9 styles of the 8 leaves blade. Wrap your head around that. But that would explain how her grunts kind of have a style similar to the 8 leaves. She's training them. Yeah. Obviously, she's another one of the 8 leaves students. Apparently, way out of Reen's league. Probably way out of everyone's league, frankly. Maybe Yun Kafai is stronger than her. Maybe. Not gonna answer. They don't tell us her name, huh? I mean, I know her name because she's in the trailer. Oh, I know she's in Daybreak for sure. Reen probably was gonna beat Kuragane, but nah. I mean, he had no chance in hell. Yeah, Reen basically accomplishes nothing here, which is hilarious. I just love how the arc literally ends with just Reen getting his ass kicked. Like, that's the last we see of Reen in the arc. Oh yeah, he's not even here, so might as well just go back to vacation. Well, obviously, you need to get stronger, apparently, dude. Appropriate. Yeah, good job, Reen. You got destroyed. I know some people are Reen got caught off guard. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like he had no chance in hell of defeating her. Just trust me. Like, she's way out of his league. She'd probably make Arianrod look like a joke. So, yeah. Let's do the second one. Oh, no, this is a few months after that one. Oh, Aramis Academy. I don't know why we're named after a 3 Musketeer, but sure. Oh, Calvardian capital of Edith. We'll for sure see this place. Oh, it derives from an artist sent to the Calvardians' democratic revolution 100 years ago? Cool. This is also one of my favorite daydreams in the entire game. Okay. Right, so it's another school. Not a military school, just a school. Like a Genus Royal Academy, basically. Just in, Calvard. Oh, up in the new student body. And who would that be? Oh, soft violet hair with a black ribbon. I guess she must have graduated Genus Royal Academy and transferred to Aramis. Or left Genus to come here. Yeah, she's 17 now. Oh yeah, apparently she's gorgeous now. And yeah, she is. she's beautiful now. Hi, Ren. A second-year student from Genus Royal Academy in Liberal, now studying in Aramis as part of an exchange program. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Ren, matured. This is why they changed her voice actress, because, yeah, the Sandy Fox voice does not match that. That's for sure. Yeah, no kidding. So yeah, she's here to use it as a front to operate in Calvert to do her own thing. Because, I mean, you know, she's kind of a genius. She doesn't really need to learn anything. But obviously, I mean, she probably more so went to Genius not for actual education purposes, but for social purposes, you know. Learn how to better socially interact with people, you know, be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. Yeah, but she's using her whole schoolgirl thing as a cover. Which is pretty smart. Gotta take advantage of it while she's, you know, still a teenager, I guess. Oh, there was one big problem in the plan? You're too gorgeous? Yeah, basically. She's too hot now, so it makes it hard for her to blend in now. That is funny. That is literally her problem now. She is too hot. So she can't, like, sneak around as easily anymore. Oh, apparently she got a perfect score on her entrance exam. She doesn't know how to tone down her intellect, I guess. Oh, really? I guess somebody's pissed off about her popularity. Yes? Oh, okay. Oh, this guy. Hey. Okay. Gotta pretend, I guess, Ren. You gotta be this mature, modest young lady. Even though you could, like, murder everybody here. You're, like, the most dangerous person in the school. Oh. Ronald Griffith, huh? Oh, she's been asked out by plenty of boys, I would imagine so. Always makes an excuse to turn them down. Okay, that makes sense. Guess he's not gonna give up. You've already booked a table at a restaurant? Dude, that's awfully, like, you know, presumptuous of you. Oh, ominous smile, huh? Oh, sure, you can talk right here. Apparently he's irritated about it. Oh, okay. Bunch of lackeys, huh? Okay. What does he want? Yeah, he's come from Liberal. Or she's come from Liberal, yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I mean, actually, she's here for the cover thing, but, you know, sure. I mean, she kind of knows everything already, dude. Yeah, he's, like, sucking up to her, he's clearly. Okay. You think Ren needs someone to look after her and protect her? Dude, you have no idea who you are talking to. Yeah, basically, he wants to take advantage of her popularity. Apparently this guy's dad is a senator in the Republican Parliament. Yeah, he's, you know, one of those entitled pieces of crap. Uses his father's name, that kind of thing. Running for student council president, huh? Of course he is. Bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction? Yeah, basically so he can win the election. Yeah, I don't think she cares, dude. I mean, it would, I guess. She could use them. I guess it could be useful. But she says no. Oh, this is probably the first time anyone has said no to him. Ever. I would imagine. Oh, now he resorts to threatening her. Good luck with that. If only that someone weren't you. Nice. Threatening glares she gets is always from him and his lackeys. That makes sense. I mean, yeah, that does make sense politically for him to do that. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. Wow, Ren. I have better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. Amazing. Just amazing. Bye. Oh, God. I love you, Ren. Oh, Agate got beat up again? Of course he did. By your mother, Tita. Obviously, this is Tita. Your mom's always so funny when she tries to murder your boyfriend. Of course. Do you look different, Tita? Actually, yeah, she does. Yeah, Tita looks older, too. She's not, you know, a lolly anymore, either. I'm surprised there's anything left of Agate left now. Yeah, pretty much. Try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lover birds. Oh, Josh and Estelle. Yeah. Oh, you're going on a pseudo date, Tina? Okay. I mean, you're like 19 now, so it's fine. I don't care anymore. The stairs to adulthood await you. Oh God, Ren, why? Yeah, Tita graduated. She's at least 18 now, so. Actually, no, I think she's 19 because she's 2 years old. No, she's a year older. She's gonna be 18. So it's not so awkward anymore with, you know, Agate. No. Oh, legal confrontation between Vern and Epstein? Oh, okay. That sucks. What's going on? I like older, oh, there's Tio. I like older, Tita's design. Too bad they didn't give Tio an older looking design, but whatever. Actually get to see a picture of Albert there. Yeah, okay, so you can see that Erica's little proposition worked to get, you know, all the groups in there, except for, of course, Vern, which you can see by the crack clearly didn't join the tech union that she did. Yep. Okay. Right. Talking about orbments. Created. Right, they're gonna develop them at the Institute. But the Epstein Foundation, I guess, was tossed aside for armament development. That's just weird. Yeah, they're fighting over a patent, literally. Vern and Epstein. Which is funny, but, you know, awfully grounded, but hey, it works. They're literally talking about going to court and suing Epstein, the Vern company. Yeah, there's new orbment things that we're gonna get in Calvert, clearly. But apparently Vern is willing to literally sue Epstein, so that's strange. Focus more on weapons development? Of course. Of course they are. Official stories are planning on slimming the military down, but they're pairing it with the latest weapon development. So basically a smaller but more efficient military. Erebonia was required to downsize its military, obviously. Clearly, so, you know, Calvert's going about it in a different way. Like, they'll still have the same numbers as Erebonia, but they're gonna have way better tech. Because they have the money to spend on it, and Erebonia doesn't, because they're paying Calvert. So, you know, that's a thing. Sure, we'll see Basil at some point. Place. Yeah, Professor Hamilton's somewhere around. Getting our research eastward, huh? Trying to contact her, I guess, but they can't. Not connected to the orbital internet, huh? Okay. PMCs, private military companies, or private military corporations. I imagine that's what that stands for. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the technology is improving too quickly. Okay, yeah. So Ren's here investigating all of this. Obviously. I do love, like, Tita's little, like, design. They must be planning to have Tita in the arc at some point, then, if they actually literally drew new concept art for her. Maybe in the third game or something. Oh, Estelle and Joshua, I want to ask if you're doing okay in school. Ren's fine. Oh yeah, don't worry about Ronald, it's fine. I'm sure that won't do anything. Everything's fine. Oh, if Ren was being bullied? I feel sorry for the bully, honestly. Oh, no, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. Yeah, that's fair. Ellipses, yeah. Yeah, that's right. And Tita was laughing. I mean, it's true. They're right, yeah. I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. I mean, you used to have a scythe to, you know, decapitate people. Not anymore, anyway. I won't do it half of what you're imagining. Well, not anymore, anyway. I might, you know, think about it, but You know. You're a lady now? Okay. Sure. Yeah, I gotta, keep undercover. That's a lost cause. Yeah, say hi to Zen that, eventually we'll see again, I guess. Yeah, I love this Daydream. Oh. Went to go down the stairs and somebody suddenly drew near to her and she dodged out of the way? Oh, okay. Yeah, so that happened. Ren, I guess, saved this girl. That's good. You alright? Somebody tried to push you down the stairs in the school? So somebody tried to, like, literally murder you, or at least cripple you. Oh, yeah, nobody would do that, totally. Wow. I mean, that would be awful. Who the hell would do that? Oh, yeah, somebody tried to push Ren down the stairs, apparently. At least she's suspecting that. All of her textbooks have been glued shut with adhesive. Oh my god. Yeah, it's an attempt to harass her and make her look like she's not paying attention in class. She's not opening the book. So yeah, this guy is such a piece of shit. He literally, either himself or had his goons, try to push Ren down the stairs and literally severely hurt her. Because she wouldn't agree to support his election campaign for student council president. And then they pushed the other girl for some reason too. Probably because she just happened to be there. They were probably trying to push her into Ren. Yeah, of course. Like, how much of a piece of shit do you have to be to do that? I mean, granted, like, Ren's never gonna fall for that, but, you know. Yeah, they're trying to intimidate her, like, openly now. Good luck with that. Yep. Yeah. They view her as a threat now. The guy's never been told no before. They're scared that she might run or something, or support somebody else, or whatever. The guy's a dick. She could probably get them open with enough, you know, stuff, but well, not force, but like, you know, gentle, stick a knife with her or something. I don't know. Oh, she doesn't even try to open them. Oh. So, I guess the instructor is pissed off about it. Because it looks like she's not doing anything. Read the next paragraph aloud for us. Oh. Yep. Okay. Well, they're gonna humiliate Ren and, you know, she's not able to read because she can't open the book. Or, you know, she literally memorized the entire textbook because she's, you know, a genius. Did you memorize the entire book? Yup. But of course. I would never dare to compromise my lessons. I love this. Like, so first they tried to push her and another student down the stairs, which just led to Ren catching the other student and saving her, thus making Ren more popular. And now she literally has memorized the textbook anyway because she's brilliant and the smartest girl here. So now she just looks even more badass. I love how all of his attempts to literally hurt her or make her lose popularity have the complete opposite effect. Because, of course they do. It's freaking Ren. Oh, there's a foul smell coming above you. Oh, now they're doing the thing where they try to drop something smelly on you from above. Okay. You just cast airstrike and knocked the freaking thing away. Okay. Actually, no, they're dropping, like, the fence over, I think. Oh, no, they're dropping something smelly, right? Yeah, it's some sort of liquid from a plant monster. Okay. No, they actually... Okay, no, I got it now. So, yeah, they were gonna knock... They, basically used some sort of acid liquid to melt part of the fence and knock the fence over. Which, you know... could have literally killed somebody. That is how petty this guy is. And has no qualms about literally killing other people or hurting other students that have nothing to do with Ren, just to get to Ren. But, of course, Ren, you know, knocked it away. And, of course, her casting a spell so quickly, everybody's like, oh my god, that's amazing, Ren! No, there's nothing she can't do. She's like, oh god. And I love how, like, all she wants to do is just blend in. And because of this dude, like, trying to kill her repeatedly, she keeps having to do things that just keep making her more and more popular. Which is probably irritating her. I guess Ronald's like, oh, I've had enough of this shit. This is ridiculous. Well, stop trying to hurt her, dude. Like, she's so far out of your league, it's hilarious. I love the shit-eating grin on Ren's face, by the way. Oh, she's an eyesore? Okay. Now he's not even doing his look how, you know, amazing I am shtick. Now he's just like, I hate you. That's not a polite thing to say to a classmate. Oh, you've put too much time and money into your position at the academy? Actually, it's partly your fault that she's the center of attention. Ren's probably like, yeah, okay. Whatever, dude. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again? You are aware of that, aren't you? Seriously. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, really? What are you talking about? Won't come to school until the election is over? And if she refuses? Oh, okay. You're gonna beat her up? Oh, okay. Good luck with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you just crack those knuckles. Yeah, that's gonna really intimidate Ren. That would constitute a grave violation of the school rules. I love Ren. She's not intimidated at all, obviously. She's like, I could just destroy this little punk so easily. And all of his little brat friends here. No one's watching this. And even if they did, your father's a politician that can make it go away. Yep, So he's always gotten everything he's wanted. He's not used to having people tell him no. Is it hilarious that this random one-off character is more of a villain than most of the villains in Cold Steel? I mean, I like it. Everyone except you. Yeah, well, you don't know your place. It's beneath her, dude. Beneath her heel. Oh, yeah, there. Oh, I think you're the one that doesn't know your place. I love what Ren is thinking. She doesn't want to rough him up, but needs to be taught a good, hard lesson. Yeah, she's gonna destroy him. She's thinking of all the different ways she's just gonna beat the ever-loving piss out of him. And all of his lackeys. Probably in like half a second, honestly. Oh, I'll keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them. Just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think a Stellar Joshua would object to that. Oh god, these guys are so screwed, and they don't even know it. Oh, but somebody was watching, of course. Okay. So this girl is also in the trailer. I don't know who she is, but somebody. I don't know if they tell us her name. I know it looks kind of like Ellie, but it's not. She happened over here and is like defending Ren, which, you know, I mean, appreciate the sentiment, but Ren is probably the person that needs defending the least in the entire freaking country right now. Or the entire school, at least. Yeah, she's got blonde hair. Okay. Yeah, now a second student, kind of inspired by Ren. Yeah, obviously she probably would get her ass kicked. Because she's not like Ren. Yeah, this dude is seriously threatening to just beat up this random first-year student girl. Because, you know, she has the audacity to tell him, you know, maybe you shouldn't assault a student. What a dick. Oh, Ren. Yeah, Ren's gonna protect her, obviously. Okay, yeah. Because she has to protect the other student now, she'll leave the school. Temporarily. She's fatigued anyway. Okay. Well, she's saying that to calm the other girls down. Oh yeah, everyone but you, Ronald. Oh, you've decided to let her go? Yeah, Ren decided to let you go, dude. Next time you meet the school will be yours? Okay, dude. Jesus, what a dick. Oh, she stopped coming to school studying illness as the reason for her absence is okay. Ah, here comes the student council election. So apparently it has an autonomy with its students, so yeah, it's one of those weird tropes where the student council has some ridiculous amount of power and influence. I don't know. It's a weird anime Japanese trope. Unless you're in Persona 5 where the student council president doesn't have a lot of power and is like a fool, but that's like the one time it's subverted. Usually it's like the student council president controls the school. Like, it's not really how it works. Even in real Japan where, yeah, there is some budgeting stuff that they do, but It's not like it is in anime and video games, but, you know, it is here. Yeah, plans the Academy Festival, I guess. It's a symbol status even after graduation. Yeah, the guy obviously wants to be some sort of politician like his dad. He wants to use it on his resume. Oh, and most of the candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving Ronald and only his goons on the ballot. Basically, he rigged the election. Like, not only did he get Ren to stop coming to school, he quite literally rigged the election by getting any of his political opponents to drop out, by threatening them. And then the only people that were running were people that are his lackeys that were literally not campaigning. Yeah. So the guy's a complete asshole. Right, yeah, they didn't do any campaigning or anything, so he's obviously going to win easily. Yeah, okay, talking just like his dad. This guy's arrogant. Oh, gonna do the screen, huh? Okay, the projector, gonna turn it on. Okay, what do you got on it? Several years prior to use in lectures and display recreational films. Yeah, there's a movie industry in Calvert, which sounds interesting. Yeah, there's no such thing as movies in the other countries, but yeah, like, that's why Calvert has things like, you know, car races, and there's like literal TV, which is interesting. Literal movie theaters and stuff. Students they use to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald is going to play what, a video? Yeah, a promotional video, self-produced. Actually, no, not self-produced. He literally paid a freaking professional studio to create some video for himself. Yeah, they are very long. That's why I didn't do it last time. The dude is a complete jackass. Just throws money at all his problems. Let's start the video. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, yeah, the video is, playing images of him bribing students to support him. Oh, you freaking moron. Oh, God. Yeah, buying off literally one of his opponents, so one of the ones that dropped out. Oh, God. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw. Or you'll be in the president of a hospital bed. Threatening another one. Oh, Ronald. Gee. Maybe you shouldn't have messed with, yeah. Of course. Guess who? Someone's framing me. No, dude, you're just an asshole. Oh, guess who's here? It's entirely genuine. She's just like playing with her hair now. Yeah, you know, maybe you shouldn't have given her time to prepare this at home. You freaking moron. Blackmail, threats, executing violence, bullying, bribing. You know, you're guilty. It's Ren, obviously. The heir of a protagonist from an epic tale. I mean, yeah, obviously, it's Ren. Dude, it's your fault, dude. You made an enemy of the most competent student in the entire school who wanted to just be left alone. Like, the irony is, if he had done nothing, Ren would not have done this to him. He brought this on himself. a fair running of this important election? Yeah. Pretty much. And Ren's right. Anger. Yeah, the whole school is furious, as they should be. Yeah. Yeah, you're screwed, dude. Stop ruining our academy! Yeah, I mean, and they've been waiting for this moment to turn on this asshole to begin with, because everybody hated him deep down. They were afraid of him, but well, you strip away that power, and what's left? Once somebody, you know, stands up to him and shows him for the petty piece of shit he is. Oh, and of course, immediately his lackeys don't support him because, you know, why would they in this situation? He didn't make any actual friends. They're all just using him for their own, you know, influence, power. Basically to be left alone by him. Bye. Well, I guess you're disqualified. Oh, Ronald's here. Oh, he's got like 10 men. Okay, not his lackeys, but... Yeah, so this guy is such an asshole that even after getting embarrassed at school to the point where he's done now, he has no reputation in the school, he then goes, throws money at a literal gang to try to literally kill Ren in private. Again, he has no idea who he is messing with. Dude, you are so screwed. Like, your dazzling future in politics was guaranteed. Oh, I'm sorry. Did she ruin your future that you totally don't deserve to have anyway? How about, you know, you just not be an asshole? How's that? That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man you can't own up to your own consequences of your own mistakes? He is that petty. Okay, good luck with that. Have at her, there won't be any consequences for going too far. Yeah, like literally kill her. Good luck with that. You see, it doesn't matter if you think your father will protect you from this, because she's not gonna be the one on the ground, dude. Made them doubt their eyes. Yeah. That's about right. he's just watching this, and there's like, he's probably just like, just pull out a giant set, and my men are on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, low budget. Bye. Except in this shocking case, Ren's the cat and the men were the mice. Yep. Just one shot all of them. Yeah, that's right. Beat them all in 10 seconds. She literally chased them down, too. Oh. Wow. She did this until she got bored. She's just having fun. Yeah, she's still got her sadist streak in her. Oh, it is, dude. You're so screwed. She's just stretching. That took no one at all. You thought you could have some fun, but no, I guess you didn't. You didn't actually slaughter them. Yeah, you don't do that anymore. You just... I mean, you know, breaking every bone in their body. That's fine. Now I love this artwork. This dude who's in every picture has had this smug look on his face, is standing tall. Now he's on the ground and it's Ren that's standing tall. With this, you can't even see Ren's expression. Like, it's so terrifying. Would you be open to giving me a little entertainment? Oh god, that would be terrifying. Yeah, I mean, it's Ren. Oh, okay. Dear Daddy's gonna protect you from this schoolgirl that can murder you in 5 seconds. Oh, and she tossed a magazine at him? You might find its contents relevant. Oops. Looks like dear old Daddy's getting out of Parliament. Yeah, you see, maybe messing with Ren was the worst decision of your life, dude. Not only did she take you down, she took your daddy down. She is a hacker after all. I'm assuming she had something to do with that. My condolences. Bye. Oh, she's doing the shush thing. Now that that's been removed from the equation, you want to give me some entertainment? She's just walking closer with her sadistic smile. Oh god. And the dude's running away. I mean, she basically is the Grim Reaper at this point. He just looks at that. Be a doll and play with me, then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. Oh god. Oops. I shouldn't play with dolls anymore. Yeah, she kind of went into her sadist mode for a second there. Back to her prey. The dude literally fell unconscious. He was so terrified by Ren, he fell unconscious. Oh, amazing. What would improve the images? I'm assuming that's another Calvert character. If they were in color, well, they're not in color. Oh, yep. Okay, she did hack the computer and did hack and find the stuff to take down Ronald's dad. Yep. Which she probably wouldn't have done if the guy had just left her alone. Having her eyes be of favorite colors or sadistic personality showing would be amazing. Yeah, I know. But yeah, like, the guy brought him in on himself and his dad. Like, she just wanted to be left alone. Most people just aren't as cautious about several years as they thought to be. Yeah, I mean, it's a new thing. Yeah. Okay, so it's a friend of Grace's. Dingo, he's a reporter for the tabloid, so Ren worked with him to take down Ronald's dad. Which, you know, she had plenty of time to do because you made her stay home from school, dude. You freaking moron. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors. And Ren would use her hacking ability to provide evidence for his father's crimes. Yeah, so Dingo's the one that helped got the stuff in the video for, you know, Ronald's bribes and stuff. So yes, he is literally the reason his own father is gonna get arrested, basically, and kicked out of Parliament. Okay. You worked with somebody else, too. So he doesn't actively oppose the current president's party, so he's expendable, basically. So who cares? Kilika, yeah. They wanted him gone anyway. Why did she care about taking down Ronald? Well, she just wanted to be left alone. Yeah, initially she just literally wanted him to leave her alone. If he had just done that, she wouldn't have done anything to him. But then when the other student did and came in, that's when she changed her mind. Like, no, this guy's gotta go. Like, he's ruining the students' lives here. Yeah, his father resigns, and he leaves the academy, of course. Yay. Oh. Of course. Yep, okay, so the blonde girl from the blonde-haired girl, first-year girl, is there too. The art is very good. Voting still took place then? Nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified because they were all in favor of someone who never put her name on the ballot, Ren Bright. They all voted for Ren, who wasn't even running. Basically, they were like, look, we know you weren't running, but 70% of the students literally voted for you. Can you just take the position? Oh, Ash? Yeah. Now Ren is the student council president. I'm assuming those other two characters matter too, but... Yeah, I mean, I don't think we get the blonde girl's name. Yeah, the Ren one is really long. Celebrate with a tea party, huh? Just don't use your S-craft. It's kind of unnecessary. Yeah. We're not done. There's now a third one that shows up. This is the last one, though. The final Daydream in the entire game. Actually, this one takes place before the other two. This girl is definitely in the trailer. This is a new character. Okay, she's talking to Zen. Oh, he... Right. A rank's the highest on paper, at least. Of course, there's S rank. But that you have to do, like, International Crisis. Yeah, they keep trying to, I guess this girl is so badass that in 6 months they've been trying to promote her to A rank. And she keeps refusing. That would be faster than, even Sarah. Doesn't want to stand out. You've been getting offers to be a model and to be in films? Wow. I know they lose a lost cause. Just ask Ren. I mean, the same thing happens to her, so... You know... Cool that Zen is finally getting, you know, dialogue, I guess. I'm a bracer, not a movie star, damn it. Yeah, basically. Yeah, a nugget of truth. Getting off topic, okay. Why do they want to promote you so quickly? Starting with the reparations from Erebonia, it beefed up the economy. That makes sense. There's new investments across the continent. People go where the money is, and where people go, conflict follows. Yeah, they want to beef up, you know, the bracers that are in Calvert, obviously, because it's going to be the lone superpower pretty soon. Certainly an economic superpower. Makes sense. I mean, Jaegers go where they get paid. Yeah, there's the whole dispute between Vern and Epstein now. Private military companies, yeah, that's what it is, PMCs, yeah. That's probably a new thing in Calvert, too. Oh, Mafias. Yeah, that makes sense. Good PR for the guild and a deterrent for any threats. Yeah, so Zin has been recommended for S rank, which makes sense. He did help stop the Oriole. That was a shutdown phenomena. Did affect Erebonia and Liberal. That's an international incident. He logically should be S rank. And apparently he inexplicably keeps refusing it, I guess. I mean, he basically is S rank. He's one of the strongest bracers in the world. But I guess he keeps refusing it. Let me know if you change your mind. Yeah, okay. Sure thing, Zen. So she must be a B rank bracer. Okay. Did they tell us her name? I don't think so. Apparently there is a high school in Calvert that, like, sure. I guess that's a thing in Calvert. Or they're using some weird localization or something. Because as far as I know, like, there's, like, primary school is not a thing, and secondary school is, like, it is a thing, but it's, like, academies. But maybe it's different in Calvert, I don't know. I know her name is in the trailer. I mean, I can just tell you her name. It's Elaine. She's important, I would imagine. You want to become someone, I guess? Sure. The art is weird for this one because we, like, don't even really see her face that much. But whatever. A coffee and a light snack. This was not a coffee and snacks kind of day, huh? You want some alcohol? Okay. Sure. Anything will do. Just give me some alcohol. That's funny. I mean, and you weren't very specific, so. Okay, talking to an informant, basically. Apparently she knows Dingo as well. I'm assuming he's the Grace of the Ark. Okay. They're investigating something. Illegal drugs on the market. Highly addicted, dangerous ones? Okay. Oh, we have to get a Heiue mention. They ordinarily limited the proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the drugs, of course, was the ideal elimination of them, but... Yeah, I mean, it's Heiue. They have a ton of power in Calvard. It's kind of like, you know, Rivach used to be in Crossbell. Apparently there's some criminal groups rebelling against these crafted roles, I guess. 2 children under the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. I guess they've been kidnapped. Or they're missing somehow. They didn't run away, they're from a wealthy family. The suspicion that they're being abducted for ransom, but there was no ransom demand, so that's weird. I guess there's police in Calvard. Popular site for the illicit drug trade. Okay, that's where they learned that scene. The working theory is that they witnessed a transaction and then were held captive by the criminal parties. Okay. Yeah, then they don't really want money then, so... Oh, yeah, so they're either gonna get rid of them eventually, or, you know, sell them as, you know, child trafficking. Like, you know, Ren. That's awful. Yeah, I guess the Calvard arc is actually supposed to be much, much darker. Like, you know, not Cold Steel, apparently. So we're going back to, closer to 3rd, I guess. Sky 3rd. Which is probably for the best after, you know, we had an arc of nobody's evil, apparently. Until Reverie, then we had actual evil villains. I don't think we'll be getting a Claire in Calvard. And if we do, I'm guessing the protagonist will just, you know, murder her. At least based on the trailer, seems like the main character is more of a Yuri Lowell type character, not a Reen. So, I wouldn't want to be betraying that character for any reason. Oh, right, yeah, sometimes the code prevents them from doing certain things. You can't, you know, do criminal acts to obtain evidence. Childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual. Is this Van? I believe so. He's the main character of Calvard. Yeah, think basically Bracer, but like not, but closer to a mercenary Bracer that, you know, maybe more of a bounty hunter. I guess Elaine really knows. It was really close to him. I'm guessing you're the love interest, Elaine. Since, you know, childhood friend. Yeah, she's upset, I guess. Oh. Guess they're talking. More than a few choice words, yeah. Of course he would see through me. Oh, this is a different childhood friend, okay. Yeah, I'm assuming the other guy's Van. But I don't know for sure. That's just an assumption on my part based on the trailer. I mean, you could just go see the guy, I guess. Probably. I mean, it sounds like, you know, he's doing things that are legally questionable, but morally justified. Yeah, seriously, like, the trailer makes it out like Van is really a Yuri lol. Like, oh, you got away with the law? That's nice. Enjoy being murdered. That kind of character, which, frankly, we desperately need after the Cold Steel arc. Like, desperately. Let me get into an alcoholic. Okay. Oh, of course. Oh, this guy works for the CID? The Covert Intelligence Division? Okay. Yeah, CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office, which is... Considering, you know, Graham Hart is probably the main villain of the arc, it's probably not good. Which, who knows what they're going to do with Kilika, but... I've always got the sense that she's turning antagonist over time. Need a new hero? I guess. Oh, you got information on the missing children? Sure. Kilika? I don't know what she is. I mean, she, like, heads the Covert Intelligence Division, but, like, they're clearly setting up Graham Hart as a villain or an antagonist. Probably not the Osborn type either, I would imagine. Like, he'll probably actually... I can't imagine them doing another Osborn. The whole, I'm secretly a good guy. No, I don't think they're going to do that. Not with the kind of main character they seem to be building, based on the trailers. For rekindling your girlhood desires, huh? Follow life where it was taking you? Okay. Sure. Man, you're really depressed over your childhood friend, like, leaving, huh? Apparently. I mean, I guess that makes sense why you randomly became a swordswoman, I guess. Well, that was easy. Yeah, we, like, barely get any artwork on this one. It's weird. Okay. Cool. You think they took the kids, huh? Your location was the lucky winner? Okay. She's from the newspaper! Yeah, basically. Well, they're defeated. That was easy. I guess she's kind of famous. What if the immovable's here too? The immovable is Zen, if you forgot. Don't be chicken shit. It's just one woman. We can take her. Oh, there's just 10 of them? Well, just no problem with that. Well, I guess so. From this pitiful group. They did no such thing, just amateurs, yeah, okay. Oh, that's smart. You know, make sure the other guys are in the line of fire so they can't shoot. One, two down. Studying randomness, basically, yeah. Easy enough. 3, 4. Oh, God. Oh, here goes 7 of them. Okay. It's just one woman. Oh, God, why is she kicking our ass? You got him. They're dead. Or unconscious, I don't know. I think unconscious. Oh, the mob boss is like, oh God, how did one woman take down my entire mafia? Oh, they're all taking a nap, kissing the floors. Okay, that's funny. Oh, God. I sweat my balls off to build this group the ground up, and a girl just tore it all down, huh? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what do you think she was gonna happen, dude? She's a bracer. Oh, he only knocked them out. Okay. You'll be seeing them again soon in prison. Have fun. Well, she's a bracer, so that makes sense. But she's gonna arrest them. Now, if this was, you know, Van, then yeah, they'd probably be dead. Based on what I've seen in the trailer. Oh yeah, we need to see the kids. Wait, where are they? What'd you do to them? Oh, they're over there? Okay, good. Okay, so they're working for someone else. Who is A? Are we doing this one letter thing again? Oh, that's weird. Oh. Well, that's weird. That's kind of strange. Oh, yeah, they're all dead. Somebody came in and literally murdered them all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're... apparently, they're, like, deader than dead, so, you know. Oh, like, really dead. Like, apparently they're decapitated. Their organs have been ripped out. Their skulls are caved in. Apparently, they're... How the hell do you pull someone's heart out and squeeze? Okay, you know what? I don't want to know. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, well, that happened. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you made a terrible mistake because you shouldn't have left the room. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Somebody using the stealth thing? Yeah. Just taking out the trash. Careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow? Yeah. I mean, he did, so. Must be from the group above them. Okay. I said nothing about taking out a person, only trash? Jesus, dude. I mean, they're not good people, so I mean, they kidnapped a couple of kids. Still, though. Can you imagine this shit happening in the Cold Steel arc? Because I can't. But yeah, it's probably desperately needed, frankly. Okay. Oh, he locked it apparently. And he's really strong, I guess. Guess he's better than an A-rank bracer. I mean, she's not officially A-rank, but she might as well be. I'm assuming this is some villain from Daybreak. Yeah, get him from the side. Oh, wow, that didn't work either. Yeah, 2 hours of text. Well, I guess that's not working. There you go. Get him from behind. That'll work. Oh. Ow. No, what are you doing, dude? Oh, you actually answered something? You want to instill fear, okay? What the hell does that mean? What are you, Weissman? Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination, servitude. Are you the main villain or something of Daybreak? I mean, that is a weird ass answer. Your goal is to make everybody scared, okay? You want to make everybody afraid like the Retributive Tower? Okay. Oh, you're upset that it fell? Yeah, well, sorry we took down the evil god computer. So this guy is a total sadist and lunatic. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the villains in Calvard, aren't redeemable, because I'm pretty sure you can't redeem a guy that says, yeah, I just want to make everybody afraid because I like the emotion. What? Yeah, okay. I don't think he's trying to stop an evil curse. Oh. You gonna let the kids go? Okay. He teleported away? Yeah, I know. It's Ouroboros. I mean, you probably weren't going to beat him anyway. Well, you can save the kids. It's fine. Just tell them to close their eyes because, you know, there's a lot of dead bodies around. Yeah, they don't trust her. Oh. His sister tried to stab you in the back. Obviously, she assumed that she was one of the mobsters, and, yeah. Oh, no, actually, they told the kid to do that if anybody came to save her and her brother. That is freaking horrible. Wow. Okay, I forgot that. Yeah. Oh, and he pointed that, you know, she was behind her. God knows what they did to these two kids, if they're this mentally messed up. Something Blade, huh? They tell us her title? I think it's like Princess Blade or something like that. Yeah, they must have really messed these two kids up. I mean, not paradise levels, but, you know, pretty bad. This is a new song. It's probably a Coward song. Thanks, Ark. The Edith branch of Coward's Guild. Oh, they were... okay. They were trying to train those kids as assassins. They were abducted because of an illegal transaction. They were trying to mimic Swin and Nadia's group then. Which is awful. No wonder they were... that's why the girl was so emotionless. Okay. So, yeah, they got exactly what they deserved, though. Yeah, screw them. That is messed up, man. Obviously, they need counseling. Jesus, like, seriously. So you're an A-rank bracer now. Yeah, that's definitely Van in the distance. The main character of Coward. It looks like him from the trailer from behind. Same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning, Sarah, yeah. Elaine Auclair. Oh, it's Beauty's Blade. Okay, that's her title. I don't know why they wait till the very end to tell you her name, but whatever. She's definitely a main character of Coward, Eric. Cool. There we go. That's it. That's it. You know, 2 hours late. Oh, no, we got this. Okay. Sure. We have more dialogue, I guess. Yeah, I know. We're done with the Erebonian arc. Forever. Oh, yeah, the primordial nothingness thing that they keep talking about. Haha, that's a very clever game. I forgot that there was more. Are we good? Are you done? Because I need to, like, run to the bathroom. Okay, we did it. That's it. I'm gonna read Mornless Moon, and I'm gonna read it aloud, but I need to go get some hot cocoa for my freaking throat. And I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back.
La la la.
Seventeenth chapter. Double check this. Pretty sure I did. Yeah. I mean, it says finale, so.
La la la. La la la. La la la. La la la.
All right. Sit tight, boys and girls. Rest of you reading a bedtime story? Yeah, basically. That's correct. Has Ren just been going la 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 the entire time? You want to do it again? I like that little smile. Oh, she did her sadistic laugh instead. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I love Ren's new design. Tito looks a little older too, but Ren like is just completely different looking. Awesome. Okay, Mornless Moon. How many pages is each of these? A ways. Yeah, Ren's she's gorgeous in Calvert Arc. That's for sure. Alright, Mornless Moon, Chapter 1, Snowfall Encounters. The girl ran, though her lungs burned with each step that crunched into the packed mountain path. Gasps profound enough to hear even through the subdued effect of snowfall. She ran. Her attire no doubt contributed to her body's protests, for there was far more of her tan skin to be seen than there was cloth. You intend to read all of this? Yes, I do. It starkly marked her as one who hailed from a foreign land. I've never read this, so yes, I want to read it. And yet the coldness in her eyes and cold shade to her hair did equally as much to meld her in the dark and storm surrounding her. It's only, 100 pages. That's enough to fence me in from every angle. Oh, that was not correct. I guess I have to hit this. There we go. Oh, I missed the thing. But the wind tells me to keep on ahead. It won't take that long. Wolves with frames 3 times greater than a normal pack were in pursuit. Their eyes bloodshot, and their chase unrelenting. In the midst of the chase, the girl would pivot and fire a bolt from her bow gun. What are you, a church member? This has no effect in slowing down the pursuers, but neither did it slow her. When the moment was right, she would twist in the air, fire, and let the momentum of her shot thrust her backward till she landed and pushed onward. Yeah, that's a thing. Her agile, wild motions held the practiced polish of one who had long challenged and prevailed mountainous terrain. Quiet. It's fine. The wolves pursued despite this. I might take a break halfway in between to eat dinner. We'll see. Depends on when dinner's ready. Just make dinner, and if I need, I can take a break in the middle. The wolves pursued despite this, charging over the brethren felled by her bolts with an obsession, and elicited from her a strange twang of compassion. That they didn't stop now, she imagined, must have meant they couldn't stop. That someone had set them up on this trail and made it a matter of survival. Guess I'm not the only one with my life on the line here, but compassion would never triumph over obstinance. Patting the book secured in a waist pouch and her bow-held hand while clutching a cylindrical trinket around her neck between her other bolt-ready fingers, she continued. The elements knew something of obstinance. The thinning air as she climbed onward. Fun having no voice. I already have been talking all day, so. The windswept snow, now more ice than powder, like I literally did a Let's Play videos earlier. The numbness of her upper body despite the fire of her spirit and the blood pumping through her legs. She could persevere, but whatever the mountain was or wanted would be. This is a weird story. What would be was a tall, rocky face with a jut that was far too tall and far too angular for her to do anything but stop. The seconds-long pause was all the wolves needed to surround her. I'd said there was enough to fence me in. She gritted between chattering teeth, but that didn't mean I wanted them to. The wolves crept closer in a slow, knowing manner, well aware that there was no path to freedom. The girl dismissed the sight to deliver a questioning gaze at the cylindrical trinket around her neck. To her, this trinket was more than a simple accessory, it was tried and true companion. What to do? She mused for precious seconds. Nah, too much of a gamble. The bowgun in this moment useless. The wait for death through sunken fangs inevitable. The mastermind who formulated this chase had won. Or so he would have had Adius not smiled down upon her. You can always default to text-to-speech. I don't think that's possible. I would have to, type this out. As though to reward the girl's fortitude, a crisp... Well, actually, I could probably do that in a weird way if I found the text online. A crisp gunshot rang out at that moment, sending a flurry of falling flakes scrambling. 2 wolves collapsed to the ground in seconds that followed, gouts of blood staining the pure white around them. Startled, the wolves shifted their focus rapidly from their prey to their fallen comrades, then again to the source of the direction of the sound. The first to find it seemed to fall with a thundering clap of a second shot. Run now, guided a young man's voice to the howling wind, no doubt the gunman. Indeed, the lupine blockade that had seemed so insurmountable was now weakened enough that her own weapon could finish the job. She gave a small nod to her unseen savior before rushing into the rest of the pack, firing bolts between the sound of more shots from afar. The swirling storm carried with it the scent of explosives, indicating to the girl that the gunman's weapon was no modern orbital gun, but an old-fashioned muzzleloader? That's weird. Which begs the question, how were the intervals between firing and reloading so unnaturally short? Do you think like a gunpowder gun? That's weird. There's a path over here. After confirming she had made her escape, the gunman slipped his upper half out of the shadows of a nearby crag and gestured for her to follow. Having traveled across many lands and encountered all manner of people, she knew from a glance that he was the single most reliable defender she could have a chance to meet under the circumstances. That he was, I guess. He cut a fine figure with silvery hair, of course, snowy silver hair, that melted into the snowy mountaintop. His face seemed near chiseled from marble with its sharp lines, accompanied by a hunter's eye that pierced as well as any of her bolts. Even the muscles that covered his tall frame were lithe and sculpted through practical training. He was, as she saw him, the fresh beauty of the mountain and its crystalline storm in human form. Okay. Peeking through a heavy fur coat was the muzzleloader she heard. Preferred to be just the one, despite its rapid fire. It's weird. Stranger than this mystery, however, was how familiar he felt to her, even though they had never met before. She followed him into his rocky shelter, but perhaps the motion-perfect high from running to survive had already left her. The moment she felt safer, the book at her waist slipped clumsily from its pouch. Her hands weren't free to catch it, with one hand still clutching the bow gun and the other trinket. The wintry-haired young man instead used the stock in hand for reloading his weapon to shift the book's course, pushing it to land on his own bags and saving its pages from being dampened by the snow. Thanks. Guess you saved me and my book. You're welcome, but only for the book. The jury's still out on if I saved you. As he said it, their attention turned towards the wolves. Okay. That's a clever line. They had done more than recover from the surprise attack. A fellow pack had joined them, swelling their numbers a great deal. He took a closer look at the new situation through the scope of his rifle, a slight twitch born from the narrowing of his eyes as he focused. He then pointed to a small animal trail to his left and waited for the girl to nod in understanding before entering it. She was dubious of their chances against the larger pack, so was he, she suspected. Certainly running down a route so familiar to their pursuers wouldn't get them out of the current predicament. I might have to stack the odds a little more in our favor. Taking the cylindrical trinket with both hands, she ran in the opposite direction from the young man towards the wolves. What are you doing? We've got to get... The young man's shout was drowned out by a sudden light shining through her fingers from the trinket's engravings. What followed was a fog thick enough that even most perceptive of wolves could see no further than their own snout. The thaumaturgy thing? As the fog continued to thicken, the snowstorm assailing the animal trail calmed to a gentle flutter, then nothing. Time to go then, was all the girl said in response to this. This way, right? Yeah. We had through here and take a right. He had never witnessed anything like this in his countless years on the mountain. Didn't know what to think. She noticed. No kidding. Something the matter? I just, wasn't expecting the fog to roll in. Someone up there really love us, huh? Yeah, she's gotta be a church member. The young man guided her down the trail under the snowless skies till they reached a flat housing, scant trees. Beyond it were more powder-topped mountains and steep cliffs. Threat was no more. It's hard to believe we lost him so quickly, he muttered, suspicion evident in his tone. It is amazing how fast you can go when you can see. She dismissed his misgivings, instead looking over him while considering his clothing, skill, and where they had met. All 3 points had brought her to a clear conclusion. Thank you for your help, she began, but there's something I'd like to ask if you don't mind. I suppose I don't mind. His hesitance was the only thing that shook her certainty. But for only a brief moment, he must have been a little different from the others she knew of, for the rest of his traits were unmistakable. Are you a Matagi? What the hell is a Matagi? Matagi? I don't know. His eyes widened in surprise for a beat, then another, then silently, he nodded. I have no idea what the hell that means. This one's 17 players. Oh, 17 players? Wow. That's weird. Oh god, that's still hot. Chapter 2, Mountain Hunters. In the northeastern part of the Zemirian continent, where the impact of the desertification was relatively minor, settled a culture considered unique even by the standards of the widely diverse region. They worshipped Mount White Crown, a place known to have fostered countless ecosystems despite its harsh environment. And though living in harmony with this mountain, they gave birth to technology and philosophy found nowhere else in the world. What are they, like a souped up version of freaking the nomads in Nord, I guess? Except they live on a mountain, I guess. The Matagi were hunters of legend, known in song to have slain even the likes of dragons. Well, I mean, that's not very threatening. We've slain a bunch of dragons ourselves. Yet, though once quite known far and wide, and though revered for their dedication to their their art through their descendants, they were slowly becoming one among many forgotten cultures scattered around the eastern edge of the continent, along the eastern edge of the continent. While their ways were still handed down even in the modern times, the Matagi's village was nearly empty, its population comprising mostly of the elderly. The youth had left the mountain to use their traditional methods in more lucrative areas like the Bracer Guild or Mercenaries for Hire. Their legacy was fading with the times. As of now, however, 2 relics to represent it were still featured prominently in the village square. One was a wooden carving of the mountain spirit worshipped at their yearly festival. The second, added in more recent years, was a stone monument engraved with the name of and a family crest of a legendary hunter, Kyun Ulkis. The time was past noon. On this day, a young man was standing with these relics. He stood out further still, for beyond his age and fine features, his hair carried a silvery tint to it rather than Matagi's traditionally fair white. His hunting equipment lay at his feet, leaning back against the earthen foundation that held these carvings. He stared up, not at them, but past them, to the cloudy sky, warming his body with sips from a gourd of amakaze. Already done hunting for the day, Chunlin? I guess we'll go with Chunlin. I can't think of another soul who could keep up with you. An elder who had only aged with greater vigor and dignity as the years went on called out to him. He was the chieftain and acted as both elder of the village and director of its group hunts. Afternoon, quotas met, income for the village is stable, Chunlin replied, hanging the now empty gourd at his waist, and he did so. Those Calvardian merchants will take just about anything we sell. Chunlin Eisen was the last of the villagers who could still be considered a youth. In the eyes of the chieftain whose role was to see their continued existence, this made him more valuable than the high-quality prey they often sold to supplement their needs. Now that's some fine work indeed. I'm sure your father would be very pleased. Flattery isn't going to get you anywhere here. Afraid my answer's not going to change. Knowing well that the conversation that was poised to follow, Chunlin reached down to sling his equipment over his back and turned his gaze toward the mountain. Home. Oh, but I assure you, I meant nothing by it. I'm simply grateful we have such a young, strong... Sure, hope I'm strong. Wouldn't doubt it for a moment. Couldn't possibly be otherwise with that kind of confidence in me. Chunlin maintained a cool indifference throughout. To most of the sight of the village elder scrambling to avoid displeasing a fellow so much younger would be quite a spectacle. But the chieftain had his own reasons to persist in this behavior. He had no desire to be chieftain. In fact, he never desired the position when day one. There were so many others who were more qualified than him. But one by one, those potentials left the Matagi village for far greater prospects. After a time, there was only him, and while he fulfilled what he could of his post, his mind was often occupied with finding someone suitable enough to relieve him of it. Chunlin was aware of this, how could he not be, with such an unabashed display, making him twice as reluctant to accept anything said. Are you still worried about what your father said? Best not to let it trouble you. Why not instead take a look at the people around you? Though the young man had no intention of doing anything simply because he asked, Chunlin, perhaps guided by the blood running through his veins, did so. He saw pelts dying in the sun. He saw elders maintaining their weapons, backs strong. He saw 2 men, jovial from alcohol, sharing heroic exploits while haunting old wounds. All things he was familiar with, all things he should have been used to. These people recognize your strength, but still you come here every day and... I'll keep it in mind. Excuse me. Chunlin made for the village entrance before any further discussions could be made, being very conscious of the fact that he was running away. But this was all he could do. Before he could tell the chieftain what his plans for the future were, he would have to discover them from himself. His residence was a wood-framed cabin of Western design that overlooked the Matagi's village. Though a bit of a walk from the rest of its residents, he never once entertained the thought of leaving the home his parents left behind. It was discovered to be found in these solitary walks, things like the signs of spring's return after a long, harsh winter, or the subtle traces of exotic game having passed through. Chance encounters, new discoveries, and the like were abounded throughout this simple trail. If one were to look closely, his father taught him. And these were never without value. Today's encounter required no cunning to notice. Any Matagi would have sensed the presence of so many animals, their number far higher than what was usual for the area. There had to be a reason for it. Chunlin loosely placed his hand around his rifle, known as a Sarube among the Matagi, I guess? I don't know. A modified, old-fashioned model from the Covered Republic. He wasn't quite certain what to make of this anomaly yet, but he would nevertheless have to investigate further and report his findings to the chieftain. When he found its source, he realized he needed more than a loose grip out of caution. He needed to be ready to fire. The presence of wolves so great a size was already shocking sight on Mount Whitecrown, never mind the number. Rarer still was the person they were chasing, a girl, whose clothing marked her as one of a foreign land. The lessons of his past echoed in his mind as he shifted slightly to the shadows of a stone crag. Listen, Chunlin, the Matagi aren't solely hunters. We're protectors of this mountain, its bounties being blessings from Adios. His finger was on the trigger, the rest he muttered to himself aloud. We must keep it free from impurities. He squeezed, and upon a fiery burst at the head of the muzzle, hot lead shot through the air, evaporating the snow. It passed through in an instant. Wow. Just as he intended, the bullet appeared as though it was sucked into the torso of a first wolf before exiting through and downing a second. Chaos rippled through the pack, but the young man knew this was not certain victory. Wild animals were driven by survival instincts above all else. And any break in their formation would be mended faster than most humans could react. Run now. Oh, this is going back in time, I see. He fired a second shot. The girl reacted by turning into his direction until their eyes met. Through snow-tossed winds, he could still see the intelligence in her gaze. More than that, even to an unexpected degree. She was foreign. How could he not see confusion under these circumstances? Fear for her life, anxiety over her surroundings. Whatever was happening in this mountain, she had complete clarity on what it was. Chunlin's first interaction with the girl came after she entered the crag where he awaited her, where he saved a book that had slipped from her possession from falling into the snow. She made it, he thought to himself. He had indicated a path of escape for her to follow, which she did with excellent haste. She must be some girl to have held out against those beasts. The sunlight was dyed with a hint of red as it looked down upon Mount Whitecrown, where a large pack of wolves were racing along the high road. Several other packs, all being driven in the same direction, collapsed into the larger one until they had melded into a massive swarm. A few surged behind them, stood the one responsible for stirring them so, leaving them with no way to go but frantically forward. Scattered all around him were the corpses of boars, bears, and fellow wolves. And here I have myself, another mountain whose beasts of revered repute have failed me, the man muttered, with boredom born from tedium, eyes scanning the cold carcasses arrayed at his feet. The man's solid frame wrapped in red and his hair black and shaved thoroughly with unique patterns would be enough to catch anyone's attention, but it was his skin that dwarfed these otherwise uncommon features. His face, neck, hands, palms, nearly every visible part of him, save for his ears, were tattooed in arcane symbols that unsettled the mind. So thoroughly covered he was that certainly it would not be a stretch to think that his clothes were stripped and head shaved bared, he would still be covered. Whitecrown, eh? And who thought to crown you? His lips curled into a sneer as he looked toward the mountain's peak. With no more game to hunt, you're as good as what do we have here? Something caught his attention. He watched as this something through the snow with great intrigue. Sneer twisting into a smile of twisted delight. So you were hiding the fun elsewhere. Seems there's still hope yet. Seems there's still hope for you yet, Mountain. With a single effortless thrust, he pierced through a lone wolf that dared to resist him, his stone-tipped spear digging into the ground and forever pinning it to the earth. He then turned to walk with eager footsteps. As he moved, a gentle red glow alighted across him through his tattoos. And the grin on his face mangled itself into a level of malice and thirst no human should ever be capable of. Oh, God. Yeah, this is a lot of text. Chapter 3 of Hunters and Wanderers. Are you a Matagi? Chunlin had been struck with the unease with which was happening on Mount Whitecrown. Was only the start of something bigger. Which was also why the simple question struck him so. He wasn't sure how she, a clear foreign girl for somewhere very distant, had immediately recognized him as a Matagi when even the local lands had long forgotten how to make the distinction. His features held no particular tells, nor did his clothes. Not even his sharpshooting was anything he felt different enough to reveal he was of a fading people. There was another reason he hesitated. Did he have the right to call himself a Matagi? The girl tilted her head with curiosity as she waited for Chunlin's answer. Knowing this to be no time for ambiguity, he nodded. I knew it. She appeared to mean that. For the first time since their ordeal, she expressed a small, warm smile. How'd you know? I met one of you a long time ago, a vagabond. This too struck Chunlin. Some Matagi were vagabonds back during their golden age, but now most remained close to the village. So few among them traveled that he was certain he would have known who she was talking about right away, were it true. Of course, it could have been one acting as a hired gun or a Jaeger while still touting their heritage to make a name for themselves. He couldn't know. However, so he decided to dismiss the topic in favor of their situation in hand. What was happening on this mountain? The wolves weren't the only oddity, sure, he could sense it. Leaving his body a hair tense and ready to go into fight or flight. Well, we put some distance between us and the wolves. I'd say we gave them a slip, but Finland intended to invite the girl to the village, but she had already started walking. Hold on a minute, you should... Thanks for the help, but now that I've used this, I have to hurry, and I would have just been around here for fun. I wouldn't have just been around here for fun. I'm meeting someone. The girl clasped a cylindrical trinket hanging from her neck, tempting Chunlin's eyes to observe it closely. He traced the strange symbols etched all along those things, along the thing it being a bit larger than a flute. And it brought to mind the sudden fog that had helped them escape the wolves. I know this is a strange question, but did you have anything to do with that fog? How about if we start with whether you're coming or going? I sure wouldn't mind having a Matagi with me, so I won't say no if you are. She asked, due to him naturally following her without him realizing it. This had less to do with curiosity on his part, more to do with a need to see she was safe. An instinctive habit that was less helpful and more patronizing and unnecessary. We'll see, he responded, though he still continued to accompany her. There was something about this girl, the way her calm demeanor felt more tightened than relaxed, that led him to believe she felt backed into some kind of corner. Was this because of what happened so far, or what could stand to happen in the future? Mount Whitecrown responded with silence to the scene, musing. How much should I tell you? Croaked the girl as she looked down at the cylindrical trinket. It was more a statement than a genuine question. It was strange for her lips to remain tight. Chunlin thought. After he had already witnessed her gamble in the flesh, but there was no forcing it out of her if she wanted to remain silent as the mountain. How about we start with who you are? I'm Chunlin Ison. Chunlin's fine. I'm a Matagi, like he said. His gaze dropped from her to the muzzle holder and loader in his hands. Well, I'm Sayu, she responded. Unlike Chunlin, her gaze remained fixed to him, her voice never lacking in confidence. As for who I am, I'm a woodland wanderer. What is that, the name of your people? I have never heard of them before. And again, but then maybe you aren't a local. He already knew she was a foreigner, but this absolutely confirmed she was from somewhere far, far away. We're not really from anywhere. Every day we wander the woods and hills. You could say the journey itself is our home. Ah, so you're a nomadic people then. Where are the rest of you? Something came up, I had to go solo for a bit. She stopped. The person I'm meeting is actually one of us. His fuse is short, he's a little overprotective for his own good, so not exactly jumping for joy over it. Sayu then turned to look at Chunlin, awaiting his definitive response, though she hadn't said it out loud. He knew that was the point of going one way or the other for him. Did he want to make certain she was well and get more answers, or did he want to turn back and deem this a passing meeting between old strangers? Chunlin also slowed to a meek stop. What use could he be for her, really? He couldn't even say he was a Matagi out loud. Would someone so indecisive really prove to be of worth and would ever lay ahead? She was in a hurry, Sayu had said, but she waited patiently for her new companion to wrestle with his thoughts. Against his doubts, the desire to ensure her safety was slowly winning out, as it so often did, but the silence stretched as he failed to put anything into words. As this went on, there was a subtle shift in the wind coursing through them. Oh, don't tell Gaius. That'd be bad. the sign of the snowstorm on the horizon. I think Chunlin began before stopping himself short. Both he and Sayu felt the oncoming storm, only to realize it was no simple storm. It was a beast. Oh, of course it was. The echoing, deafening roar they heard next made it clear something supernatural was drawing near. I mean, when does it not in this series? Causing Chunlin to draw in a sharp breath in surprise. He had felt this presence before. There was no way he could ever forget it. No way he could mistake the ferocity. It had been years since he saw the beast. But the very weight of its existence was enough to be carried by the wind. Sayu's response was not one of surprise, but of action. She looked down at her cylindrical trinket, which seemed to pulsate with light as the beast roars reached their ears. It's resonating. I was right about this mountain. There was no need to answer out loud now. They both knew. In this moment, they were after the same thing. After sharing an understanding glance, they took off running up a nearby hill, heading straight towards the invisible storm. The closer they edged to their target, the brighter Sayu's trinket glowed. First the weird fog, now this, Helen thought toward the ever-glowing light. So what is that thing, and why is it reacting to the beast? Rather, why did an object from a foreign land react to a local beast from his own past? His thoughts continued. I never thought I'd meet it again like this. I suppose Adios must have a plan in mind. I mean, I'm sure she does. she's probably the Grandmaster, but you know. Or a Shadow or something. Grandmaster, I don't know. Grandmaster's a Shadow of Adios? Probably. That's speculation anyway, and I tend to agree with that. After a few moments of a dead sprint, it appeared before them, dominating their field of view. Despite the tens of arches separating them, they could feel the overwhelming wild force of its presence. It stood with the peak of Mount Whitecrown behind it. Overlooking its surroundings, its form, the very image of a king surveying its domain. It was a giant bear, easily dwarfing any other most had ever seen, surrounded by a cloak of lightning. Every few minutes, firework-like bursts of electricity would crackle off its blue-white fur, display the immense power, pressurized, that was eager to surge without. The light given off by its flashes of power surrounded it like a halo, providing a contrast that emphasized every muscle, every sinew of its frame. I knew it was you, Chunlin growled. This is the beast that 5 years ago had changed the entire course of his life. Raiju? Okay. Does that mean like lightning or something? Okay, I may have underestimated how long this is. It's okay. I can anyway. My throat's just a little tired, that's all. Chapter 4, Dual Threats. Fate can be strange, fate can be fickle, and at times fate can be irredeemably cruel. I mean, I could comment on that, but, you know, I won't. Raiju is lightning related, I don't know to what. Yeah, I figured it was lightning related. Guided by the girl, Chunlin found himself face to face with a living symbol of the laws of his people, the laws he loathed but would be pained to lose. There was not a single person living on Mount Raiju that had not heard of Mount Raiju? Mount Whitecrown that had not heard of Raiju. Oops. Since its first appearance 10 years prior, it had used its lightning to slaughter countless humans and animals, usurping the balance of power all throughout nature. Many Mitagi rose to challenge it, and were injured or fallen, but none so much as finding its lair. It now lived as a symbol of destruction and greed, known to all as a true blight across the land. We got an evil bear, I guess. And now here it was, upon the sight of this bear before him. Raiju is thunder animal beast, the legendary creature associated with lightning and thunder, as well as god Raiju. Yeah, that's what I thought. Upon sight of this bear before him, the instincts he long sealed away were pickling through to the surface. It was an excitement that coursed through muscle through flesh upon bone, the craving for a rematch, and as he noticed with the trembling of his fingers over his rifle, also a deep fear. Its name is Raiju? Saya looked at Chunlin, puzzled over the name. But the more the cylindrical trinket glowed bright, her eyes shifted nervously. Up until then, he had only seen her act cool and calm. Now her eyes darted back and forth with a mild panic between them, the trinket and the bear. That's right, don't tell me you came here looking for it. No, I knew there was a part of it here, but I didn't know it had manifested in a beast like this. What the hell does that mean? part, something to do with the cylinder. The thing continued to light up and responding to Raiju, shining brighter and brighter the closer it approached. Chunlin couldn't quite wrap his mind around it. A part would indicate that once united, the beast and trinket would become whole, but that kind of relationship could there be between a monstrous creature of nature and a man-made instrument? Just what is that Raiju roared. Chunlin, a flicker of exhilaration being elicited by the sound, cut himself off and turned to focus back to the beast. You're just itching for a fight, aren't you? It responded with a mighty leap from the rock it stood upon, diving towards them. Sparks erupted from its body with each point pressed to the ground. No, you're not the one it's calling to. Before Saya could explain, a spear of stone as tall as either of them darted from somewhere, whistling eerily through the air as it arced straight for Raiju. The beast stepped aside to miss the attack in an instant, but the spear held such thrust behind it that even the slight brush upon its side tore a hunk of hide from its flesh. Ow. A crimson stain began to bubble through its blue-white fur. The King of Thunder halted its advance, looked somewhere off in the distance before stepping backwards with timorous hesitation. Then, with a flash of light to cover its movements, it retreated back into the mountain. Damn you, I'm not missing this chance. Get back here. Chunlin cried, though he knew full well it had made the wisest choice to save its own life. Even still, having this unexpected rematch stolen away by an equally unexpected external force left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. Chunlin, look out. What? Whatever threat had chased Raiju off wasted no time in turning its attention towards them. Ducking the instant he heard Sayu's warning, Chunlin watched the stone spear streak just over his head, hitting a splintering tree that was growing right in front of him. What was that? I've never seen an art like that. He's coming. Who is he? Okay. The two made their own retreat behind some nearby rocks. Yeah, that's gonna help you. Sayu gripped the trinket around her neck, now weakened in its glow, tighter than ever as she explained. While he listened, Chunlin used a pair of binoculars on this person to scan where the spheres had flown from in hopes of seeing who or what was behind them. He attacks woodland wanderers and steals the artifacts we collect. So you're from the church, right? You're like bullshitting this story? Artifacts? Yeah. You have a bow gun? And I'm sure you won't be the first he's murdered. He's a berserker who spreads destruction wherever he goes. Like you're like a Dominion or something, right? Like that's what you actually are. That's my guess. Steals the artifacts we collect. The only people we know that's collecting artifacts is the church. The binoculars reveal an unusual figure. He was tattooed with symbols on every surface of his skin, but his ears, even his hair, had similar pattern shaved into it. Yeah, I know, it's the same guy we got introduced to earlier. And as he stood, the playful smile on his lips betrayed no hints of the violent nature she was describing. No, that undersells him. He's trying to murder every last one of us, and we don't know who or what he is. All we have is the name we made up for him. Well, that's weird. So far away, Chunlin was met with a man's direct gaze, one 10 times sharper, 10 times heavier than his own. Even through the lens, he felt a bloodthirsty aura that pierced through him, as well as any stone spear that could be thrown. It was terrifying. And as he absorbed this fear, the man disappeared from view. We call him Oni, the demon. Oh, why don't you just call him Ogre, like, you know, Reen? Why not? You're actually using demon this time? Okay. Chunlin put the binoculars down, seeing that the Oni now stood only a few dozen ards from their position. So the bear got away, no matter. There are times when business is a better fit for pleasure. As if on cue from his words, the rocks around the two exploded when he saw no blood-trailed remains among the rubble. However, he merely smiled in appreciation at their abilities. The gunshot rang out immediately after. Did nothing to change this. You found yourself an intriguing bodyguard, little mouse. Shot aimed towards the Oni failed to ruffle him in the least. Fear nor hesitation traced on his features, but rather a conflict between calmness towards circumstances and a desirous hunger for violence. A rock wall effortlessly burst from the ground to block the bullet before it could reach it. I'm not interested in your weird tricks, Oni. We want to know who you are and why you are here. Chunlin and Saya managed to only just evade the rocks exploding. Now Chunlin, hitting in a bank of withered weeds, kept his finger on the trigger as he barreled their pursuer with questions. The ease at which the man had blocked his shots left him shaken. but he recovered control and put on a brave front so as not to further shift the muzzle of his rifle with anxious trembling. The more ferocious the opponent, the less you showed of them your back. That was one of the iron laws of the Batagi. I am the Stone Melter. I'd much prefer you call me that over the other unfortunate name you've given me. Okay. Why are you coming after Sayu? Why'd you try to kill Raiju? He continued to fire off questions with the speed at which he reloaded and fired more bullets from his riddle, slowly adjusting himself to a position that would allow him to move instantaneously should he need to. I'm here to squeeze the life out of a little mouse and her whole mouse clan, if that isn't apparent enough. Jesus, dude. Their deaths shall be an offering to another clan, and to see this mission of mine accomplished, I've been gifted power. My stone melting exists for no greater reason than what I speak. Lies, some of it at least. Chunlin could sense it as soon as the Oni opened his mouth, for it was in no way possible for the joy that split the man's face as he attacked Raiju to be under the guise of a mere mission. Yet he wondered if the Oni himself was unaware of how naked his desire for killing was through his deceptive answer. Still, there had to be a reason behind it, a real reason. That's all? Chunlin responded. Well, none of that sounds like a good enough reason to be on my mountain, so get off. Get off my mountain, damn it. Okay, even as he said it, Chunlin pressed down and let the next bullet fly, leaping straight towards the Oni. He slammed his right fist into the ground in response as more masses of stone lifted from the earth to form a wall to shield him. So you can earthbend, basically. Okay. Perfect. Coaxing the Oni into creating this wall had been part of Chunlin's plan. Moving to hide in the shadow of the wall, Chunlin used the moment to grip his Nagasa, a special hunting knife of the Matagi, to slide it into the man's blind spot and strike. Ha, it'll take more than that, little cub. Even as the light flashed off Chunlin's arching blade, he felt a sharp stab of pain through his body, leaving his consciousness to swim through naught but blackened agony. It wasn't until his back slammed to the ground, arches behind where he had been, that he saw the Oni's left hand was encased entirely in a rock to form a heavy gauntlet. Your blade found its mark. It's been a while since I was last scratched. The rock wall crumbled, revealing the Oni's twisted expression. He panted his excitement with warm lifeblood dripped liberally from the wound on his side. A parlor trick at best, but I like your spark. You'll make a fine warm-up before I take down that pair. We Matagi do love our parlor tricks, Chunlin replied dryly. I like this guy's sass. Sometimes we even like to use ourselves as decoys. As the Oni moved to close the distance between him and Chunlin, several bolts raining down from above. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That's clever. He blocked them with a stone still wrapped in his hand, but by the time he returned his eyes to opponent, he was gone. He blocked that too, huh? Too bad. Thanks anyway, Sayo. I should be one than thanking you. Now I've got proof that his stone walls aren't a perfect defense. That alone is worth its weight in money to me. After firing off another bolt to force more distance between them and the Oni, Sayo helped Chunlin to his feet, and the two slipped into the thick foliage nearby. Chunlin could see the foreign girl was back in control of her emotions. That was the only way she could have known to step in to strike without him saying a word. Looks like one of my most reliable relatives got to see the guy's weakness too. As she said this, she pointed up to a cliff in the direction they were headed. There, Chunlin got the first look at the one Sayo intended to meet on the mountain. Cool. Oh god, it's 18 pages. It's half of 17. 7, 8. Okay. That's good because my voice is dead. I need to not talk for like 20 minutes. I'll come back and read the rest. Let me rest, good boy. Oh god.
Surprise! I'm here. Ryzen's tired, so I'm gonna do some of the reading for a little bit. Is it really that delayed? Whew. So yeah, I'm gonna read a bunch of chapters because Verizon's voice is tired, so I'm taking over for a little bit. So you get to listen to my reading voice, and I haven't read anything in what feels like friggin' forever, so... Let's continue with Chapter 6. Chapter 5, sorry. Sayu's fight. And then how you say this? Chunlin? Okay. Chunlin followed Sayu's pointing finger toward a cliff that towered behind the Oni to see a man. There's a bear? Special delivery, Sayu. Your BFF has arrived. There's that annoying as crap voice. As the Oni's attention turned to the source of this new voice echoing through the mountain... Yeah, exactly. Verizon's hubris being his downfall counter. Ding! As Oni's attention turned to the source of this new voice echoing through the mountain, the young man leaped from his place, the sun eclipsing his body with stark shadows that made it impossible to see his face. Chunlin could see he was taller and leaner than he was dressed in all furs, the hooded part covering its wearer's face, but Holly could surmise it. Well, Chunlin supposed he could surmise one more thing. He knew how to fight. The Oni snarled as he formed a disc-shaped buckler of stone to fend off the oncoming dropkick. Another damned mouse has come to nibble at my toes. Come all you like, the number makes no difference to me. The young man, however, simply used this shield as a stepping stone to spring himself into the air a second time. Your back's wide open, scribble face. Scribble face. Okay. First twisting into the air, he then landed behind the Oni and launched a flurry of punches at the towering, sun-reddened back before him. The speed of these attacks made it feel as though his fists had multiplied to deliver a veritable storm of strikes. A fine effort, but it's nowhere near enough. The onslaught pushed the Oni back to a stagger at most. He immediately straightened and kicked off the ground, soaring away and summoning a rock wall to cover his retreat. The young man halted in turn, jumping backward to put yet more distance between them. You just had to make a dramatic entrance, didn't you? Sayu chided with a smirk. No way, complete coincidence that I showed up just in the nick of time, Dao answered while dodging a counterattack from the Oni, showing them an unperturbed smile as he did so. Then he added, I will say though, I am glad I showed up when I did. Got to see something very interesting. Chunlin had no trouble guessing to what he was referring. It was the idea of using their villain's rock walls to stab him in his blind spots, just as he had done with his Nagasa? As Sayu put it, these earthen walls were not the perfect defense. They were made out to be on the surface. But Dao had also noticed something else. And I don't just mean the blind spots you were exploiting. I mean that those walls don't just come out instinctively when he needs them. Yeah, if we take advantage of that, he's as good as done, explained Sayu. She then whistled, turning her relative's attention toward her as she made some sort of shorthand signal. The young man's hood bent forward as he nodded in turn, and then immediately he began launching sporadically timed attacks to demand the Oni's attention. It's almost like you two share one mind, Chunlin observed. Guess he was worth meeting after all. Tell me about it, she agreed. Okay, Chunlin, let's move out. Sayu guided Chunlin to a nearby hill that overlooked a snow-covered slope. Up top this was a giant lump of iced balance uncertainly, with an avalanche worth of snow built up behind it as frozen shape snatched the moisture from the air surrounding it. Dao intended to slowly lead Oni right to this very slope. Chunlin questioned his plan with a raised eyebrow. I get the plan, but he's not stupid enough to fall for such an obvious track, is he? She returned the question with a cheeky smile and held up the cylindrical trinket to his face to answer his question. No sense in me hiding what I can do for you now. I'm going to get things ready. You just wait for my signal. You know exactly where to shoot. I'm sure I will. Chunlin looked through his binoculars at the point Sayu implied, then put them down and muttered to himself, while an abomination this was of a man of the mountain, while fixing the scope of his muzzle loader. At the same time, Dao continued drawing the Oni into their desired point in a merry chase consisting of attacking and retreating again. I admire the way you so desperately cling to life, Mouse, the Oni growled. Mimi's trying to go in there. Swinging his stony foot with the whining man's wild energy, it appeared he hadn't noticed his prey was intentionally leading him elsewhere. But I go tired of playing with you. Oblivion will suit you well. Now come here. Impatience building, he wrapped a massive wealth of stone around his hand and let loose a single punch filled with a murderous intent unlike any of the previous. A direct hit from such blow would have been more than any human body could bear. Yet in the next instance, the Oni's tattooed face twisted with perplexity. His tightened fist was not, as he expected, wrapped by a corpse, but rather swallowed in the fur the young man had been wearing. We call that molting, see? I got some tricks up my sleeve, too. Having shed his fur garment, Dao flipped through the air, a provoking smirk on his new revealed face. A handsome one with close-cropped, dark blue hair. Well kept, though he certainly was, there was no doubting the wild air that accompanied it. His every gesture was lithe, feral, and free. Continue this game with your scampering all like you like, the Oni snarled. By the end of it, you'll be smeared across this mountain. The Oni can talk? Oh. He aimed his next strike towards the ground. Controlling the fragments of stone that rose from it, he slung them toward Dao, bathing the young man in a merciless storm of the shrapnel. Dao continued to move backward despite being pelted from head to toe, his movements keeping the damage done to a minimum, as he maintained a safe distance between himself and oncoming foe. The scapt was in fact one of the signals to his two allies now that Oni had arrived at the right spot for a full-on assault. Now fully engrossed by the shift in Dao's tactics, the Oni had no time to wander about, 3 bullets from a crossbow that flew across his head in a moment. Chunlin, ready, Chunlin replied to Seiyu. His weapon scope was fixed in a small chunk of ice with frozen stalactite hanging from its belly. Mere seconds later, fire spat from Chunlin's muzzle loader, the bullet biting into his most vulnerable chunk. The point destroyed, the weight it supported was now too much to bear, forcing a massive mound of ice to begin collapsing inward on itself as it threatened to hurl down the slope. As if to follow the lead of crumbling ice, a range of snow covering the face of the slope followed. No simple landslide would have been a threat to the Oni and his wealth of experience, but this mighty force would be like a beast, the size of the mountain itself shredding its wintry coat. Chunlin could see light dancing through the fog at places along the incline. The 3 exact locations where Seiyu had shot her bolts. The slope began to tremble with greater force. The moment the light and fog given off by the bolts faded, the earth truly awakened with a terrifying moan. The ice and snow at the top of the slope now fully collapsed, then rumbled down the mountain with a speed in which nothing could escape. Ha! The Oni cried with amusement. An interesting gambit, but you'll... The monster of a man had no time for retorts, yet he realized this too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the avalanche had rushed downward to swallow his legs. The buildup around him increased at far too great a speed for him to summon a new wall of stone to protect him. Cold, wholly violent waves continued to crash into him, engulfing his form until even his vibrant tattoos were buried beneath the silvery white drifts. By the end of it, he had been completely entombed beneath ice and snow. Did we get him? Chunlin called out. Seiyu shook her head. I doubt that'll kill a guy like him, but I don't think he'll be getting out anytime soon. Great, too immortal even for an avalanche. An avalanche? An avalanche. But just how did you manage to pull off one of that size? He was still in awe of just what they had accomplished with the full bolts and a bullet, but the cause versus the effect was still on a seemingly inconceivable scale. I adjusted the moisture along the slope and made conditions ideal for the snow to slide, answered Seiyu as she removed the trinket from a custom slot in her crossbow, returning it to around her neck. Each bullet sent had been infused with a kind of energy from before being fired. Chunlin now realized they retained this connective energy even after being fired off a good distance away. So that little cylinder was the key, huh? Figures, Chunlin muttered. That Oni was after it too. But even still, I can't believe it has the power to adjust the moisture of the whole face. Some crazy magic. Chunlin's need for answer was now at its peak. If there was some kind of paranormal event behind it all, perhaps understanding it would help him learn more about the mysterious origins behind Reiju. Raiju? Attagirl, Seiyu. Your plan got him in one. You're good though, right? Not hurt anywhere? Dao hurried over to the two of them, rattled off the questions, and commentary once close enough through a chopped leaf that stuck out of his mouth. His hair may have been a different color from his relatives, but their clothing had similar patterns, and their suntanned skin held the same natural shade. He, however, had opted to paint over his in a way that very much stood out. I'm fine. I was more worried about you, Dao. Just where were you? Sorry about that, he replied with a humble smile. I'm actually stopped by a village near here to gather some info first. Sound some luck, though, huh? First, some wolves were running wild. Then the Oni showed up, but they should be behind us now still. Dao took Seiyu by the shoulders and folding her securely in his arms as he fixed Chunlin with his gaze. You a local? A hunter, maybe? Thanks for the help, Seiyu. I should be the one saying thanks, Chunlin replied. Your Dao, I think it was? Your Seiyu's what? Brother? Close enough. We're technically cousins, but we may as well be brother and sister, and you've heard of me. Tornado Dao? Does it ring a bell? Sounds like the name of, like, a church person or something. It sure doesn't, but it's a pleasure. Chunlin offered his hand, which Dao took. Dao's other hand was off the side with Seiyu, preventing his stranger he only met from getting too close to her. Chunlin followed up. Well, I've got an awful lot of questions after this, but we can save that for once we're not outside. The weather's only going to get worse tonight. He looked up at the sky, watching as the wind carried clouds of snow. To him, it said the spirits of the mountain had been the whole affair, and they were in a frightful rage. Well, that's one chapter. Chapter 6. Thus spoke a woodland wanderer. Nestled in the northeastern corner of the Zemurian continent, where we've never been. We've never been there. Loomed Mount Whitecrown. Its body played mother to a richly unique culture and ecosystem. But though loved deeply by the people who made their home, she was not merciful in turn. The many mysteries and phenomena she held seemed as events worthy of worship for some, while more fables worthy of dismissal for others. Made life very difficult indeed. But still, they continued to live in her embrace, accepting that this was and always be her way. There were those who insisted there was a connection between the stories of the mountain and the mysterious disappearance of the greatest Madachi who ever lived, Hyun Olkis. It was on this day Chunlin was about to come face to face with the truth behind this long-sung tale, though a threat looming in the shadows, all while discovering something more about himself than he ever thought possible. And all through the words of someone who came from somewhere far away. So that weird little thing is called the Cylinder of the Frozen Sky. I've never actually seen an artifact before. As the sun set, Mount Whitecrow wailed as wind and snow kicked up to bid these new invaders unwelcome. They had to move quickly, which is why the three of them, Chunlin, Seiyu, and Dao, now huddled around a campfire in a small cave, the blizzard raging on just arches away. Dao, who had lost his fur coat during their lively encounter, had taken to pilling liberal amounts of wood into the fire. According to two foreigners, the Cylinder of the Frozen Sky was capable of adjusting the concentration of moisture in the air, even controlling the weather within a certain radius. That made quick work of the mystery of how she was able to create fog from seemingly nothing or banish snowstorms with a flicker of light. And that's also how you were able to cause an avalanche that huge, Chunlin asked? Though he knew the answer already. Yeah, I concentrated its power into bolts and adjusted the moisture of the snow where the bolts landed. If you know how it works, it links up well enough with weapons. Oh, well enough. You make it sound like it's not something beyond belief. I almost still don't believe it. Chunlin's surprise wasn't just at the artifact, but the series of events that occurred in unbelievable succession. The whole day had succeeded in astounding him utterly, from the nomadic tribe responsible for this artifact in hand to the man who hunted them with an expression of malicious thrill. And how did this girl seem to know so much about the world, so much he didn't know? He had never experienced the things she seemed so indifferent to in all his years on the mountain. And with that in mind, he further wondered if these kinds of things his old friends who left the village were now experiencing on their journeys. Realizing how little about the outside world startled him in one sense, but in another it left him curious for more revelations. Dao gave a warm laugh as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders to pull her in as he had done before. Ain't she something else? Doesn't matter how bad a situation gets, she always can think of a way out. Dao, we've talked about this, Sao whined as she shrugged him off. Even the small interplay between the two had no doubt happened countless times before. Felt like something that had come from another world entirely. Their every word, their every interaction, served to overwhelm Shinlin, making him realize just how small his existence truly was, dwarfing his spirit more than even the mountain that rose high above them. But this loyalty to the mountain remained even in this bizarre, enlightening befuddlement. It's quite a sentence. He was a Mataji, and through that, the weight of the situation was twice so, inspiring him to rise up to action and stop the incoming threat from encroaching upon his small world further. It's still hard to wrap my head around it all, but are you planning to get that part you mentioned back from Reiju? Chunlun pushed the discussion forward, not just to cover the erupting conflict within, but to provide himself some direction. He needed to know precisely where to go in order to discover the role he would take to play in reality unfolding before him. Yeah, confirmed Sayu. It needs to be so complete so we can offer it at the shrine. And once it's complete, it should give us the power we need to take down the Oni for good. She went on to say that they had known that the part needed was on Mount Whitecorn, but until she saw it, she was unaware that it had fused with the indigenous life. Yet that, nothing changed nothing, for they had to retrieve it fused or free. This new direction failed to anchor him as he had hoped. He met a faded, beastly rival he hadn't seen in years, only due to the influence of outsiders, who revealed to him what gave the beast its legendary status. It was nothing he could have possibly predicted. It came with a strange sensation one couldn't quite be able to put into words it prompted, that his past had run off without him. Morphing and distorting under the careful eyes of others, it was no longer a narrative to call his own, even if he had been the one to confront it in the present. He continued on. It was all he could do. Right. That Oni is an entirely different problem. With Raiju, at least there was a tangible connection. Distorted it was now that cemented these implausible circumstances in reality. The Oni, though, made him feel as though he had been thrust right back into the realm of fantasy. They could not afford to let that monster of a man remain the dominant party between them. Taking up his rifle, Chunlun wordlessly stepped away from the fire, turning towards the entrance, of which there was only a swirling vortex of night sky and icy snow. Where are you headed off to all of a sudden? Dao stood up and reached out to Chunlun, gripping his shoulder to stop him in his tracks. I can't let the Oni kill Raiju, so I need to hunt it down before he rises from the snow. It would be a disaster if he snatched that part before we could get it. When he turned to answer them, he was met with two unexpected expressions. Expressions one normally wouldn't present in the face of someone readying themselves for a fight to death. They were smiling. Unexpected, though, he found comfort in that being their natural reaction. Dao answered, well, they're all in the same boat. Wouldn't hurt to bring along someone like me if you're open to having a partner help you race the Oni to the finish line, I tell you. I've got a mean kick. And since Raiju has the part of an artifact inside it, we should both know our way around it, Sayu added. I doubt either of us would slow you down. Both of them are right. There was no good reason for Chunlun to be so possessive around this hunt. And there was no greater recipe from seeing its success than cooperating with two who may not know the beast better than he ever did. I don't doubt that, Chunlun responded, but the King of Thunder and I have a history. Why was he being so stubborn about this? Group hunts were a Mataji tradition, so they were more than familiar to him. But here he was, impatiently eager to rush ahead on his own. A part of him was embarrassed by his confusion, when the reactions were among the few things in this moment rooted in coherence. Why do you want to go alone? Sayu asked. How come nothing seems to shake you? Chunlun responded with a question of his own. Again, he hoped their answer would anchor him in some way. Pushed him in a right, sound direction that would help him feel what ease they did. Sayu answered without hesitation. Because my goal has an end with meaning. Not just to our people as a whole, but to me as a person. So that's all that's left to do to achieve it. Makes sense. It didn't. He didn't know anything about what truly drove her or what gave this mission of hers such meaning that it drowned out all hesitation. But he could at least, however intangible it was, feel a foundational strength in her answer that brought him comfort. Dao sought to comfort him in a way. Don't think too much about it. Sayu's an unusual one. Even I have trouble understanding her sometimes. For now, let's just boil it down to us wanting to have her back in a fight. That's good enough? Between the talk, Dao would retrieve some things to prepare for heading back before returning to Chunlun's side to clap him encouragingly on the shoulder. Yeah, good enough for now. At the time, Chunlin was still aware that the very thing causing his heart to hesitate was also calling up a memory buried deep within. It's like reading a whole book. Alright, chapter 7. Well, I think he split it up. 9. Chapter 7. One people, one purpose. Sayu could barely see Chunlin's back in front of her. The snow clouds above were thick enough to obscure the moon, and the wind blew hard enough to drive fragments of icy snow into even the tiniest gaps of their clothing. The drifts piling on the ground were now up to their knees, sapping their strength with every step. Imagine walking through a snowy mountain. February's up on Mount Whitehorn meant that blizzards... Be quiet. That white crown meant that blizzards struck with the ferocity of a temple guard repealing any of who dared to trespass on their sanctuary, and the years had only made them more violent. The Matagi took this as a sign that the mountain spirits were angry at humanity for desecrating the blessings bestowed upon them by Adios. It would be easy to dismiss this superstition, but the way in which mountain swallowed up its prey in snow bordered on unnatural. Even the sound of each blizzard fury was enough to drown out the most primal of screams for help, making rescues a fool's dream. In Mount White Crown's most recent display of rage, a single point of light marched through. It consisted of 3 travelers, speaking volumes at their peak to only hear just one another. Dang, it's cold out here. Sure was an idiot for losing my furs. Achoo! Want to trade coats, Dow? Don't be silly, Sayu. No way I'd let you catch a cold. I got clothes to rub me down and warm me up, so I'm doing fine. Chunlin led the way with Sayu and Dow, trusting the light of his lamp to guide their steps. None were dressed appropriately for such an environment. Chunlin has given his coat to Sayu, leaving him with a thick, though not quite thick enough, sweater to battle the elements. Sayu was still woefully underdressed, even with the coat. But she was still much better off than Dow, who had fashioned a pitiful covering by cutting armholes into a hempen bag. There's a Manaji Lodge just up ahead, Chunlin urged. Just hang in there. The only thing that inspired them to continue this terrible trek was that the route itself was short. Though the foreigners had no defense against the cold, they knew as woodland wanderers would how to navigate uneven terrain well. It was only this knowledge that helped them conserve the valuable energy they needed to keep up with the natives of the land. They reached the cabin around midnight. I almost don't know how we made it through that, Chunlin heaved with relief as they entered. We've got time to rest if you need it, though it probably won't be too comfortable. The cabin had been constructed as a supply stop for those climbing the mountain rather than any formal lodging, consisting of a single room that groaned with every push of the wind outside. It did so even as Chunlin opened the door. He could feel the vibration of its planks even with his gloves. Yet ramshackled it appeared on the surface, it remained firm in its foundation, indicating it was regularly cared for. Chunlin's mind wandered to Raiju once they were indoors. He imagined that based on the direction it had gone when fleeing the Oni, it was likely hiding somewhere near the summit. That lined up with what he already knew of the beast. No one had found its lair, and the area is inhabited by the bears. And the area in question showed evidence of lightning damage. Their best course of action, if they were to find it, was to resupply and strike out quickly to reach the summit by dawn. Chunlin turned to his companions. There's more stuff left here than I was expecting. Take whatever you can carry. So you can shove a short blade into this wooden hollow thing and make it into a spear. Dow observed of one weapon among the stock. I'm hanging in okay. There's a Fukuro Nagasa, Chunlin explained. It's an offshoot of the knife I have with me. While he was busy gathering anything that was vital to their survival, Seiyu took a look at the hunting gear and specialized equipment in the farther corner of the cabin. She was quietly cautious about her surroundings, both from a simple, innocent perspective and from a deeply intellectual perspective. Oh yes, fur. Where have you all been my life? You beautiful bastard. Dow, on the other hand, dived into the supplies with abandon, eventually caressing and curling up among a pile of warm furs. There was a fire pit in the center of the room. Sayu approached. Looks like we've gotten Iori? 2? I'll go ahead and get a fire going. Oh, it must be like a flint. Thanks. Where did you learn that word? Chunlin was puzzled as he continued sorting through the supplies. It was already strange enough that you pegged me as a Mataji at all. I learned Iori from this book, she responded, removing her book from the pouch at her waist. And the traveler who gave it to me said was a Mataji, the same person I told you about before. It was the book she had been so particular about when they first met, entitled Fundamentals of Indigenous Cultures. Junlin found that binding was quite aged when he took it in his hands and flipped through it, but it still held up very well over the years. Oh, this book is over 25 years old. Our cat is playing with the mouse toy. This information would have been out of date to modernized cultures, but all that was written on the Mataji was still very relevant, making it more apparent to him that their lives had not changed through the passing of time. The book contains the names, lifestyles, and beliefs of various cultures and ethnicities Chunlin had never heard of before, as well as objective insights from the author, adding a beating heart from its logical prose. Sayu and Dao's people, the Woodland Wanderers, were also mentioned. I found your people, Chunlin said, reading up with it. You sound like a pretty peaceful group the way you're written here. He wondered again how the Woodland Wanderers had such a rare artifact in their possession, and why they were guarding it, though most of that had been answered at full volume during the winding trek. The Woodland Wanderers had an agreement with the Septian Church. They would collect any artifacts the Church's people could not reach, and in exchange they were given the freedom to use them at their discretion, indulging in their many benefits before handing them over to the Church at designated shrines. The book itself only gave vague hints as to this part of their background. Instead, it was full of excerpts of how they supported themselves with woodcrafts and assisted merchants during peaceful times, as well as brimming with notes detailing their relationships with other cultures and their day-to-day aesthetics. I doubt anything here is new to you, but the book itself is special, Junlin guessed. That's right, I'm only here today because of it and the person who gave it to me, Sayu answered. You might say he and it are motivation? Must be nice to be that motivated by something. For me, it's more, both she and Dao had found their purpose in the ways of their people. Sayu in particular held a deep faith in her heritage, and that was key in her reasoning for being on this mountain. Junlin failed to resonate with that even now. What was he on this mountain for? What inspired him to be here in this moment? No matter how far he looked within, all he could see was deep, unending emptiness. It's fine if you can't relate, Dao's voice snapped him out of a meditation that was longer than he intended. Now back to his senses, Chunlin looked to see the young men now stretched over the straw and Sayu crouched in front of the Iori. Sayu is the only bookworm we've got, so even to us, she sees the whole world differently. Sayu's bigger personality had helped me find my way more than a few times, Dao continued, standing to give Chunlin a charitable pat on the shoulder. So I get what you're going through, but you don't have to be set on something like her, have any deep meaning in what you're doing right now, if it's just not there. If you can't think of anything that motivates you, just do whatever you're doing now, and maybe in time that motivation will find you. Yeah, you're right. Chunlin was moved by the words. Precisely what he needed in that moment to ground him. For now, all we can do is do what we were planning to do anyway, keep moving. He did not know that he would be free of the chains of uncertainty he found himself wrestling with. What he did know was that something had changed about the uncertainty itself, and his new companions were the catalyst to change. Perhaps this would further lead to something, perhaps even lead to the same exact thing that birthed motivation in them. Their silence between conversation as they watched the quietly flickering fire had been deafened by the wailing winds outside, but as the fire grew, so did its voice. And Chunlin began to think that even through a blizzard too, great blah blah blah. Chunlin began to think that even through a blizzard too, great for words was still a straight, clear path. You want to switch? Or are you still dead? Okay, it's time to switch. Ryzen's coming back.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, chapter 8, In the Depths of His Memories. Listen, Chunlin, before we go after Raiju, there's something I want to say to you, began the young boy's father. Oh, this must be a flashback. We Matagi follow the ways of our people. In doing so, we respect the mountain and stand watch over it for its beasts. You know why we do that? It was not the first time he asked that. In fact, he asked this countless times, but never had he asked it while they were on the way to slay the beast, even when even Kiyun Okis had failed. And these people are kind of like Gaius's people, I guess, but instead of it being obsessed with wind, they're obsessed with the mountain. Rather than ask why his father, the current chief of the legendary hunter's absence, would bring it up now, Chunlin repeated his unusual answer. His father never asked anything without reason. The answer would come with time. The blessings of the mountain are the blessings of Adios. Protect them as to show thanks to her. That's right, we believe this and we aren't wrong for it. But I think we have a greater purpose than even that answer. I want you to ponder what that is as we hunt Raiju. I'm guessing this didn't go well. So what does the old answer mean? So what? Does the old answer mean you've been full of it all this time? His father laughed. Sorry, Chunlin, I meant to save this conversation for after you become a man, but here you are, hunting Raiju with me. It makes for a fine opportunity. I'm guessing his dad died. That's probably why he's obsessed. The lesson continued as they ascended the mountain and were soon near the midpoint of Mount White Crown, an area where bears were known to live. No one knew where Raiju made its nest, so the only option in tracking it was to go to where it was last seen and hope there were tracks to follow. We are able to see tomorrow because we take the lives of other creatures. These creatures are no different. They fight to survive, and sometimes it means hunting us as we hunt them. Even Raiju, as it casts its monstrous shadow over the whole of the mountain, is no exception. Right, Chunlin responded pensively. 25 years of hunting with Kiyun Okis. I came to a realization. We're on equal foot with the beasts. We may not be able to see eye to eye with them, but we understand that we face life as they do. We face life, okay? What does that mean? Chunlin was familiar with the concept of giving thanks to life and taking it, but there was something abstract about the concept of facing it. They're like Native Americans, clearly. That's what they're designed after. He was also not the best at wrapping his mind around the philosophical, preferring straightforward paths with simple, direct answers. Anything that strayed beyond that risked him getting lost in his own thoughts. I don't think there's a singular answer to the question. The journey to try to find your own answer is as important as the answer itself. Without the journey, life cannot be faced. It'd be meaningless. Meaningless? That's right. Face life, accept it. Your struggle will reveal guideposts on your journey that only you can see. Young Chunlin thought about the obstacles on the path that made his life. At the same time, he considered the lives of others who had chosen paths. What is your problem, Cat? Wondering what their answers came to be through it all. Had those who left the village run away from the ways of their people, or had they chosen to leave after finding something that gave their lives meaning? But was there meaning in becoming poachers or trophy hunters for the nobility? He doubted it. This is going so over my head, he finally admitted, knowing that it is a victory in itself. Pride blinds us from our correct path. A gentle expression sat on his father's face. There were now moments when he was deeply stern, but for now, as he presented his son a question, even those twice and thrice his age would wrestle with, he presented his softer side. What does it have to do with Raiju? Chunlin asked. I'm sure you already know this, but the hunt for Raiju isn't a dangerous one. The sound of their footfalls on the snow halted. Chunlin's father used the pause to give his son time to consider the reason behind the talk. What I'm saying is that we might end up as the ones being hunted this time. He continued. The risk of us losing our lives is higher than any normal hunt. Perhaps the odds are even against us. Do you understand what could happen, Chunlin? I'm guessing your dad died. He nodded in response. He understood well, but didn't want to put into words. Accept the reality, even if this hunt doesn't end the way we want it to. I thought this might be my last chance to tell you that. Anytime a character says that, they're going to die. In this short life, he had come to this very simple dream. Hunt Raiju with his father, protect the mountain, and surpass Kiyun. It was a way he could show the other vagabond youths his age that there was meaning in the path that they had not chosen. So how does this new course of thought his father proposed fit into this dream? Was it a new one that deviated entirely, failing to fit the curated mold of the path he chose to walk? The answer did not matter. It was not long until Chunlin lost it all, his dream and his father. What he found among the broken pieces of his life that came afterwards was not any true answer to his father's question, but rather a realization that he indeed could not accept reality, leaving only a festering hatred in his heart. The rising sun stained the snow atop Mount White Ground with a subtle gold, and the lone Mataji and two woodland wanderers carried more than their weight in supplies as they continued to heave and climb. The blizzard itself had blown over, but strong gusts continued to persist, bringing with it sheets of snow and what may as well have been the same thing. Each sheet reflected the morning glow, making them feel as though they were being assailed by brilliant motes of pure light. As planned, they arrived at the summit just as dawn was breaking. Their speed was aided by the fact that the woodland wanderers were light on their feet, even then when weighed down by seemingly endless amounts of gear. Now that they were dressed properly for the weather, they could tackle the cold with a speed that put even a local to shame. They knew nothing about Raiji's location beyond it being somewhere within the vicinity. It was unclear whether they should first scout out the place out, planning their next move carefully, or if they should strike as soon as they caught sight of the beast. Chunlin and Sayu continued to discuss options as they moved, no matter how he tried. Chunlin could not calm himself down. It had nothing to do with doubt in his companion's abilities. It was that the yet-to-be-seen foe they were hunting had the kind of strength that made even the most thorough of plans seem insufficient. We're finally going to have the last part. It's been divided for so long. Right? That Dao chimed in agreement with Sayu's musing. And if things go smooth enough, we might even finish up that bastard who keeps tailing us. We'll finally be able to face all the people he killed. I'm kind of excited to see what it does when he's complete. The Blade of Thunder Heavens sure makes it sound like it'll be impressive to me. Okay. Well, began Chunlin wryly, the Oni will be the perfect test subject to find out, won't he? Neither Sayu nor Dao were particularly distracted by the suggestion. They remained focused, their eyes looking ahead. No immediate dangers on their mind stand in the way of their goal. In Sayu's case, retrieving the last part for the cylindrical artifact was not optimism, but the next step that was simply going to be. The woodland wanderers and the values they acquired from their tight-knit environment fascinated him. On the surface, the traditions were simple. They patrolled the eastern side of the continent, retrieved artifacts, and passed them along to the Septune Church. Yet each cycle of this journey was riddled with value and supplemented by the countless customs that had long been passed down from generation to generation. Even as Sayu and Dao made deviations from their previous path, they balanced to continue to respect and adhere to the many traditions and values they had long loved and accepted. What did he value as he observed them? Chunlin thought back to the days when his father was still alive, when he had a simple, pure goal. When he had that goal, he never felt a moment's resistance against the ways of the Mataji. What do I have now? He wondered aloud. His purpose was shattered, leaving behind a constant feeling of questioning the nature of life itself and a puzzle he was no closer to solving now as he was then. The only thing sustaining Chunlin through his days was that it was natural for his body to breathe, eat, and sleep. Meaning these two was an outlier to his daily routine, one that sparked something in him that he had not felt in a long time. A long, long time. Could these strangers who possessed what he lacked lead him to reunite with that feeling of having a purpose in life? Look out! Dao snapped Chunlin back to his senses. In the same instant, he felt a light jolt, something impacting his body. Dao, cried Sayu. Dao had shoved both Chunlin and Sayu aside. A heartbeat later, lightning flashed and an explosion near him. Something struck the youth like an invisible wall, throwing him to the ground. Smoke rose from his skin as convulsions coursed through his body. It was the worst possible outcome among their discussed options. Raiju had attacked first. Dao, are you alright? Yeah, I'm just glad you're okay, Sai. Dao croaked. My body's numb, but Granny Haku's charm is nothing to sniff at. I think I can even stand. Sayu realized and vocalized that the paint he had been covering his body was a ward that must have been an insulating resin. Sure, why not? He's just wearing body paint that apparently insulates electricity conveniently. After confirming that Dao was well and calm, Chunlin retrieved his binoculars. Sorry, Dao, let my guard down, he said. Don't worry about it. Even if you noticed, you might not have been able to dodge it. Just focus on finding it. He wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. He knew if the King of Thunder could see them, they could see it as well. There, he found his longtime nemesis. It was a fitting throne for the conqueror of the land and wielder of lightning through its very claws. At the highest peak of Mount Whitecrown, looking down upon them was Raiju. I get. Oh God, it's 19. Okay. The appointed hour. I want to get to. I'll try to get to chapter 10 and then I'll switch with you, or through chapter 10. Okay, chapter 9, the appointed hour. You fill this up. I forgot. There's nothing in there. I haven't even cleaned that. Over there, see? That's where the avalanche occurred. What a mess. How come they've been happening all over lately? the blizzard was over, and the morning sun was shedding light upon the fresh powder of snow along Mount White Crown. Observing this as they climbed through one of the mountain's trails were two men wearing puzzled expressions, one tall and thin, the other short and stout. Both were the very picture of traditional Madaji in their straw hats and coats, each wielding a spear and a hunting rifle. That there was an avalanche in and of itself was not surprising. It happened often. Yet being so used to them was also why the locals were keenly aware that something was off about this one in particular. They could fast recognize impurities that threatened the mountain, and right now, this event was quite pure. Their steps hastened as they approached the site of the avalanche. Even from a distance, seeing how unnatural it looked only heightened their unease. I heard Chunlin was talking to the chief yesterday. The stout Madaji piped up. But have you seen him around here since then? I know he hunts around here sometimes. Chunlin wasn't known for late-night hunts, but none had caught sight of him since the day before. It was another factor of the scene that unsettled them. He learned his ways from the man trained by Kian. I think if you're right, reassured the thin Madaji. Though I get why you're worried. Boyd had a lot on his mind. If that were to ever come into play mid-hunt. He turned down the chief's offer again. I don't blame him with how things went with his father, but at the same time, our kids surely do have it rough. Though they felt for Chunlin, they couldn't treat it as though he had nothing to do with them. Their youth were leaving the village one after another, and not just that, they were struggling with the concept of what it meant to be a Madaji. It was this that they had put their people in the dwindling position they were in now. Got word that there was a strange lightning to be seen on the mountain last night. Do you think Chunlin went to get revenge on Raiju? They floated more questions and speculation between one another as they arrived on site, starting with the thin Madaji. This was no natural avalanche, but then who did it? Could have been Raiju. I know, it's a beast of thunder, but there's gotta be more to this we aren't seeing. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter. I'm just worried about Chunlin. They had no idea what unimaginable threat from another land was awakening beneath the snow. Chunlin, Raiju, the name of the boy who buried me, and the name of my prey. Beneath snow and ice, the weakened Oni pondered inwardly the names of the two Madaji were speaking of, and the more he pondered, the more a power inside him ignited. He could hear the sound of thunder and the echoes of those names he now hated and hungered for, birthing the perfect catalyst to reawakening the rage that fueled his every waking moment. This dude is nuts. Look, what's that light? Is there something underneath the snow? I would leave, dude. As these fires continued to burn brighter and brighter within the Oni, his flesh began to quiver with the need to hunt. A terrifying light once glowed through the patterns inked across his body. Chunlin, Mouse, Raiju, Chunlin, Mouse, Raiju. Okay, he's nuts. The Oni awakened to his burning emotion, pushed to his sensory threshold. Steam erupted from the snow like a geyser. Or should we pronounce it like in England? A geyser. Revealing his body enveloped in a mysterious light and startling the two Madaji. Something's come out of the snow. Dude, run. I've never seen anything like it. It's a monster. The men, despite all their experiences, were struck with the fear that left them falling on their behinds and wailing for the creature that appeared from a bed of steam and ice. The Oni spared the two a glance as their mouths hanged open. Chunlin, the mouse, and Raiju, where are they? You know Chunlin and Raiju, cried the thin man. He worked to regain control of his senses once they heard the man speak. He then leveled his hunting rifle toward the Oni. Chunlin and Raiju are the perfect prey for me. As for you two, you'll do as an appetizer. I don't know what you mean by that, the thin man said, but if you plan to harm someone from our village, then you are an impurity on this mountain. Now get. He literally spelled it G-I-T. He then fired as his stout companion returned to his feet and aimed his spear. Yeah, that's gonna work. But there was no hope of the bullet reaching the Oni. In an instant, it had been blocked by an earthen wall, vanishing in a spray of harmless sparks. Where'd that rock come from? Then Madaji cried. This man, he really is a monster. How'd a thing like him manage to get so close to the village? Before the eyes of the Madaji, now once again overwhelmed with terror, the rock wall crackled and crumbled to the ground. It did not appear as though it was the Oni's intention to do this, but it had at least fulfilled the purpose of shielding him from the bullet. It appears I have not fully recovered. A trifling issue, he resolved with a brutal, level tone. I have a small feast here to warm me up before I hunt them down. This dude is absolutely nuts. The Oni did not hesitate to feed his disadvantage into his hunger for violence, because they don't know his actual name. So the people, basically, this guy goes around and hunts the woodland people just for fun, and they call him a demon because he does that. That's his motivation. He just likes to hunt them. I don't know why. I mean, I guess Calvert's a lot darker. Hunger for violence stuck in the flames and of his fighting spirit, till he became a full rage for the hapless men. With it he summoned a spear of stone. What is he? Is this the curse of the mountain? Pull yourself together. If we don't stop him, think of what will happen to the village. The Oni crept closer to them, making the dim red light glowing from him dance before their eyes, despite its crude make. The spirit in his hand seemed vicious enough to end their lives in an instant. All they could think of this man before him was that he must have been a demon from Gehenna. The morning air of Mount Whitecrown would have split with the sound of useless gunshots and wild shrieks of death, were it not for the roaring wind. A feeling of impending disaster caressed Chunlin's neck as they kneeled in a cave at the summit to keep out of Raiju's sight. It had nothing to do with the beast. With the beat. Oh, they missed. That's a typo. That's a typo. I think it's supposed to be beast. With the beast he was facing now. Something else now visited the mountain. Something's got the spirits of the mountain in an uproar, he muttered. I feel it too, replied Sayu. I felt his presence plenty of times before. Though the trio found Raiju, they were in no position to implement the plans they conjured along the way. Knowing that the Oni was awake and likely to head toward them added insult to injury. He's already up? Cried Dao in surprise. Then we're running out of time. Chunlin nodded. Yeah, we have to take down Raiju before he arrives. No way am I letting him steal this kill from me. He did not know how long it would take the now freed demon in human skin to pursue them to the summit, meaning every second battling, breathing, even thinking was a second wasted in an unknown countdown. He could take days. It could take hours. We're going to have to be quick about this. No distractions. Right, there's no time to go back to the cabin and think more on what to do next, Chunlin agreed. Reviewing the goods they carried with them from the cabin, they were all limited in their function, but some were indeed brought as countermeasures against Raiju's incredible power. The question was, would they be enough to stay them from the jaws of defeat? It was time for Chunlin to put his knowledge of Mataji to the test. It was a strategy he had been wondering for years how to apply in his own life. A strategy he had not used for years, a strategy that he left behind the day of his father's death. I think I got a plan. Have you ever heard of the Makagari tactic? Makagari was a group hunting tactic that was deeply rooted in the Mataji tradition. In essence, it involved one or multiple members acting as guides, Seko, to surround it to prevent escape. An aggressive offensive would then be utilized to lead it to a specific spot where the sniper, the Buppa, would finish off the cornered beast. It was a tactic generally carried out by those who had long hunted together, as it hinged heavily on both the leadership of whoever headed the hunt and implicit trust between the rest of the team. It was a difficult tactic to pull off even then, and yet it had to work with Chunlin's new companions. I got no idea, replied Tao. Chunlin explained in detail what it was before following up with a personal antidote. It's a way we hunt. Me and my dad tried it with Raiju a long time ago. We actually had one over it back then, but, well, this we're much better equipped, and I mean, this time we're much better equipped. Be a missing word. And we're up one person. I think we can make it work. The reality was more than not a single other tactic came to mind. Chunlin was deeply concerned about their ability to coordinate, even if he had enough confidence in his own skill to compensate. It would be difficult to sync up with Sayu and Dao on a technical level. Could them being raised in completely different cultures change things too drastically for it to work? Sounds good, Chunlin. Let's go with that. Sayu was present and quick to voice her agreement to the plan. So we've got the traditional method of the Mataji, an artifact, and thunderproof equipment to work with then. Up till now, Sayu had been a thinker and a logical individual. Chunlin fully expected her to reject the idea and propose something of her own. The surprise must have shown on his face as she continued. It's not impossible. We just need to minimize any quirks we have that might impact our cooperation and cover the rest with the equipment. One person's problem to solve is everyone's problem to solve here. This occurrence came with a smile, another surprise, Chunlin supposed. She believed in his tactic more than he did. She was right, of course, that both sides were in the same awkward position of having to find out how the other one worked in a short time. She was also right that this could be solved by deviating just slightly from the traditional form of the tactic and utilizing the things they had, the equipment and the artifact, to cover their shortcomings. That vagabond told me, hit the unexpected with the unexpected, she said. Certainly they were doing just that. Alright, Dao piped in cheerfully. If we've got your endorsement, Sayu, then I don't see any reason not to back it. He then chided Chunlin playfully about having more faith in his own plan. For no plan goes well when its proposer lacks proper faith in it. Doubt must have accompanied Chunlin's expression of surprise for him to say it. Dao was more brawn than brain, but he was very perceptive of others' emotions. meaning you knew exactly what to say to help someone who was wavering at the time. The chiding was just what Chunlin needed. You're both right, he said. You're just as caught up in me. So I'm going to put my trust in this plan and you. No more doubts of whether this will work. It was time to execute the very own brand of Makigari tactic. I'm gonna do one more, and then I guess... Chapter 10, Makigari. Raiju's habitat was the perfect place for this beast that topped the food chain to call home. It sat at the mountain's highest point like the king would his throne, the black, stormy clouds swirling overhead in a natural royal crown. Through thunderous applause did it create its weapon and its subjects below. Its prey never failed to succumb to it once stricken. There was just one thing the beast did not realize about this place, that its terrain, impregnable on the surface, was also the perfect environment to set a trap. There were two paths to reach the summit. One was at the end of a long spiraling trail that looped around its peak. The other was a straight, steep path surrounded on both sides by high rock walls. The first of the hunters who came to claim Raiju's life appeared from the straight signaled spiraled road, shouting at the top of his lungs a call unique to the woodland wanderers. You sleeping, Mr. Bear? Tao shouted, cause I'm ready to wrestle. Tao leaped from rock to rock, his unique hunting call being shouted between taunts and insults. In a bag slung over his rock were a number of single-shot rifles from the cabin, ancient even by Madagi standards, that were relics of a fallen kingdom. His cries used in the past to intimidate meek rabbits and fleet-footed foxes into submission, but Raiju was no small prey and showed no hint of fear upon hearing them. This, however, was well within the realms of expectations. Drawing one of the smaller rifles from the bag, he made a blistering show out of firing a nearby rock. Raiju paused for only a moment before roaring in turn, fur bristling from head to toe from this mortal threat. Perhaps it still possessed memories of being hunted by the Madagi as a normal bear. But whatever the reason, the sound of the shot was enough for it to understand its position from hunter to hunted. Where's your tough guy act now, you big furball? Tao continued to leap from rock to rock while dodging Raiju's impressive lightning strikes. After throwing his they're literally fighting a lightning bear. After throwing his spent rifle so that it stood upright in the ground, he pulled a second one and fired without hesitation. This one hit its mark precisely, causing the King of Thunder to howl upon being struck. The bullet was too weak, and Tao was too far for it to pierce the beast's thick hide, but this too was expected. Raiju sent out a flash of lightning as an instinctual counter to the pain delivered, but it was strange. Rather than deliver the devastating shock it meant to, it passed through him harmlessly instead. It really worked. Tao grinned with a pleasant surprise. He was touching the upright rifle he discarded after use, allowing the lightning fire to pass through him and into the ground. Oh, he grounded it. He was positively giddy with the discovery. Oh, you're a genius, Sai. I never would have thought to use these as lightning rods. That actually makes sense. So long as he positioned the spent rifles like this, he could keep pretty closer to Raiju, but never have to worry about more elemental properties of its offensive. I've got as many of these as I've got shots. Now time to show what woodland wanderers can really do. Tao belted yet another hunting call, and with every shot fired in rod place, the weight on his back was lighter, allowing him to move at an even faster pace. He moved in a circular motion, confusing the bear as he led it successfully toward the other path of the summit, sandwiched on both sides with rock walls. Guess no matter how strong it is, it's still got the brains of a beast, he muttered to himself before calling out to his companion. It's headed your way, Sayu. I'm ready, Tao. Bring it in. While still gathering its electricity for yet another counterattack, Raiju was guided into the straight and narrow path. It was meant with a sudden barrier of mist that bathed the beast in its own sparks. Got it, Tao shouted. The barrier Raiju stumbled into was not a physical one, but rather a cage of energy stung between countless arrows stabbed into both sides of rock wall. Really over halfway through this thing. Moisture from the air glistened off the arrow's exposed tips. I've never done this many at once, Sayu began, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. The barrier formed from the fusion of Sayu's energy with the cylinder of the frozen sky's powers was in essence one of pure fog. What an amazing name for an artifact. The more Raiju tried to force its way through the barrier, the wetter it became, causing the natural electricity to short out. Any attempt to step into it caused a wealth of pain. The way out is just as bad, Sayu informed, shooting additional arrows behind it and filling them with more power, expanding the cage that much further. Now, even if it were to turn around and run out of the corridor, it could no longer do so without sustaining considerable damage from its own thunder. Yahoo! That's got it pinned down. I think the rest of the plan's gonna be this smooth. That won't stop it for long, Sayu responded, but it should hold it long enough for Chunlin to give us the signal. Raiju cannot escape without passing through the cage of fog, but despite having been transformed through possession of an ancient artifact, he was still a wild beast at heart. It had no concept of surrender, only survival, and would persist, even if its only route to tomorrow would do its harm. Roaring wildly, the beast threw itself into the cage wall, blooming a constant foundation of sparks from its massive body. Adios! Crazy thing's gonna cook itself alive! I haven't seen Chandan's signal, Sayu reported. I don't know if I can hold it much longer. The cylinder of the frozen sky slotted into her crossbow, cycled between losing its brilliance and pulsing with flashes of blue light. Each time electricity surged through Raiju's body, it flickered brightly in response, almost too brightly, as though the cage and the beast's resistance were pushing it beyond its capabilities. Sayu knew that putting any more power would risk the danger of an explosion that would leave her far worse off than their target. Realizing this as well, Dao refused to stand around and do nothing. Dao had one other source of protection, a leather cloth from the cabin he covered in glass powder and resin paint on his body. Wrapping himself from head to down with this repurposed insulating cloak and protecting himself with the gloves made of the same material, Dao bounded through the cage of fog and closed in on Raiju. Flashes of light scorched the robe, but he pushed forward until he was directly before the object of their hunt. Dao, are you crazy? Nothing crazy about standing in a cage made by you. Alright, Raiju, you're in for a real shock, because it's about to get unbearable for you. God damn it. He then threw himself into the body of the beast, lashing out with his protected fists. Though the attacks he landed were no real threat, the insulated strikes triggered waves of electricity that surged through it with each devastating punch. Ha! It works way better than any gun. Worth the dive. Dow cried for taking a stance and drawing in a long breath. He's punching a lightning bear with, like, insulated gloves. That is amazing. Planting his feet before the flinching king of thunder, Dow focused on every muscle in his body and while filling his lungs with the clean mountain air, in one with the environment's natural flow of life energy. Only when this reached its peak did he spring forward. Shen. Dao kicked off the ground, air trembling around him till Sayu could swear she saw snowflakes dancing around his body. As he sent an incredible punch into Raiju's chest, that alone was enough to send tremors through its whole form. The secret craft, Shen, could mean many things: heart, core, quake, deity. It was among the ultimate technique in a martial arts style created by the Woodland Wanderers. It required synchronizing every part of the body, bone, and muscle and all, and compressing one's strength to one force this dense power forward like a coil in a trap. Certainly this kind of precise, powerful technique spoke to the wisdom gained through generations of journeying and surveying the wild. Lord of Hand touches lightning bear with duct tape gloves. Basically, yes. I can't believe it, Dao, you mastered Shen. Sayu followed up Dao's attacks by sending a shower of bolts from atop the rock bowl down upon Raiju, preventing the staring beast from steadying itself. Dao took the chance to send another blow to its throat. As it fell back, it no longer saw the cage's walls as a concern, pivoting to escape its hunters through fog and singed fur. I doubt that'll kill it, but looks like we put it on the rope, Sayu cheered into the corridor to Dao. You alright? I'd love to tell you I am, but my gloves are done for. Dao responded, raising up his arms to display his gloves as he did so. I can't keep this up much longer. Okay, we've just got to keep it busy, so I'll take over on the offensive. There was a hint of hesitation in her voice as she agreed to do this. She was already pushing the cylinder of the frozen sky to its limits. Dao's craft was also one of great strength, and she doubted her crossbow would have nearly the same stopping power as it. Not seconds later into this train of thought did the sign they were waiting for make itself known. A deep bass sound that echoed off the mountain, carrying it far and strong despite its low pitch. It was proof the two of them have fulfilled their role in the tactic. That's the conch shell. Chunlin's ready, Sayu exclaimed. He sure kept us waiting long enough, but now he's got me all fired up for round 2. Come on, Sayu, let's take him down for good. Right. As Sayu descended, she released a section of the cage between Raiju and the summit. Doing this would help Sayu to amplify the impact of her attack as she concentrated much needed moisture into each bolt fired. She then reunited with Dao, and with their backs against the still existing cage wall, blocking the other path downward, she unleashed a final goading strike at the beast's back. Sayu and Dao followed behind it as it ran, believing their companion ahead would be able to exact the next stage of their plan, driving Raiju back up towards the highest point of the summit. The king's throne would soon become its tombstone. Okay, you can come in here now. I read 3. Here you go. double digits.
Okay, I'm back. Hi. Alright. See how far I can do this. Chapter 11. To mark the hour. He knew they would guide Raiju to him. Though it defied logic, Chunlin had such faith in his new companions that even as he waited and waited, the hand on his muzzle loader never trembled with anxiety. I don't think I've ever heard of a muzzle loader before. He remained calm even as the moment that would decide his fate approached. Blew on his conch shell and pictured their daring, triumphant smiles in his mind's eye. Signaling with such a loud sound gave his position away and was tantamount to suicide under any other circumstances. But he wanted to drown out even the roars of the very beast they hunted. He wanted to be found. He was confident. He no longer feared. And it was all thanks to them. The conch shell summoned hope to him as he heard the calls of his companions following the booming footfalls of his sworn enemy. Sayu and Dao were acting as decoys, laying a trap with the intent of driving the King of Thunder into Chunlin's range. At the top of the spiral path Dao had used to ascend, the woodland wanderers set the perfect trap, a modified bear trap, to shower it with water and shards of metal. There was no better method to continue throwing Raiju's natural abilities into chaos and stopping it in its tracks. And if the beast were to leap from the summit's cliffs into the spiraled path below to retreat, it would be welcomed still by more traps and weapons set by Chunlin. It's finally time, though I never thought it would happen like this, thought Chunlin. He was hit with a mixture of emotions brewing inside him, so many that he could not concern himself with labeling them all, or most of them. Of these, one expected emotion manifested more clearly than the rest. I don't feel any hatred toward Raiju. Never once since he lost his father to the beast did he ever feel hatred towards it. Not really. Not in the way he thought he did. He felt loss and grief upon losing the last of his relatives, but in his heart of hearts, he saw his father as a true Mataji, who fell after fighting for his life on equal terms with the mountain. His father had bet his flesh, his blood, struggling amongst its blessed nature, but his blade was simply unable to surpass the survival instincts of his opponent. How could Chunlin turn such a natural, beautiful thing into a grudge? How could he let the fear of his father's death consume him to a point where he forgot not all was truly lost? What motivated Chunlin in the moment was a desire to complete what had been started by someone he loved. That was all. This isn't vengeance for you, he thought of his father. I still don't fully understand everything you said back then, but I'm here, a life facing a life, and I will keep facing it with all that I am. To Chunlin, his mild understanding was enough to leave him content. His companions from a foreign land restored in him a sort of hope that his years past were not in vain, but rather guideposts that brought him to this very moment, to the moment where his days of simply breathing, eating, and sleeping from sunrise till sunset would end. To the moment where he realized he was still alive. Here they come. Chunlin heard an explosion of thunder from the rock he hid behind on the spiral path. Above him, at the highest point of the summit, Sayu and Dao's voices shouted in response to the conch shell as they continued chasing down their hunt. Not a few heartbeats passed before Chunlin could sense Raiju's presence directly above him. He then put all his weight into giving a rope in his one hand a single sharp tug, leaning in as he did so. One end of the cliff above him began to crumble. A single boulder that rested on the corner of the sheer peak that had been yanked free of its position, and would support wholly lost, the throne of the king trembled ominously before collapsing under the beast's weight. It was a good thing he had seen Sayu's power as she was buried the Oni in the snow. Sayu and Dao had not blocked the mountain path just to give Chunlin time to set a few traps, but more so he could turn the entire area into one massive similar trap to what he witnessed before. To any observer, he may have made pulling a rope to trigger the collapse of the cliff look simple. What he did, however, was delicately balance the boulder on a rod beforehand to leverage the rock in the direction he desired. It was almost a miracle he could get it ready in short time. Sayu and Dao had to stall their target. Raiju finally chased to a dead end. Raiju slid down the summit among a shower of falling rock fragments and snow. It was only around 15 arches up, not enough of a fall to kill it, but Chunlin had prepared its landing point with caltrops and other such traps to pin it down. Every fiber of his being cried for him to end it. Then yet, regrettably, reality often makes a mockery of even the best laid plans. Raiju was thrown off its trajectory by the uneven face of the cliffside, well away from the trap set, landing instead right before Chunlin. So that's how it's going to go, he muttered aloud. Fine, that won't stop me. It was almost better than his original plan, even. Knowing he could end the beast's life personally rather than through a trap gave him some sense of fulfillment, as though someone had guided him to this fitting end. Your false reign is over, Raiju. A Mataji never misses his target twice. A fire erupted from within him. With Mount White Crown watching him once more, nothing stopped him and the beast from continuing a fight that had started 5 faithful years prior. Junlin had his back pressed up against some boulders that he had fallen along the mountain path, while his opponent was backed by the sheer... That's a typo. By the sheer face of the summit. Let's finish this. Junlin moved first. He had depressed his advantage while his exhausted opponent was still slumped against the rocks. Drawing arrowheads and other small blades and metal bits from a jute bag, he sprinted to scatter them around the beast before it could recover enough energy. It seemed the king also hoped to end this quickly. Even as Junlin tossed the metal, it took the chance to impulsively unleash a fierce lightning attack, a fatal mistake on its part. Got you! Countless blades struck in the ground and flying through the air absorbed the electrical strike and exploded, throwing up a curtain of smoke intermingled with sparks and flashes. Junlin sprang through it all, drawing that much closer to Raiju. The beast convulsed as sparks scorched his fur and discharged energy continually shocking his body. Never been pushed this far, have you? Taunted Junlin. Well, sorry, but I'm not done. Junlin saw the surprise in Raiju's eyes, for even a beast as powerful as it would falter upon sight of a human covered in smoke appearing and thrusting a rifle into its mouth. Doesn't matter how thick your skin is from this distance, the rifle spat fire into the bear's mouth, and fresh blood, redder than even that of the flames from the shot, spurted from its mouth, staining Junlin's pale skin and the bear's dark fur. Still, perhaps due to the natural desire to struggle on, it drew breath. Junlin noticed its eyes still moved to focus on him and even its arms being raised. No. Junlin drew back his rifle to escape, but its jaw now free, Raiju retaliated with wild, unbelievable speed, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. How long had it been since a beast had managed this? It was the first thought to flash through Junlin's mind as intense waves of pain sank through into him. It was the only thing that could mildly stay the waves of pain now that persisted. With contact made and his senses keen, from this terrible sensation, he could almost hear the bear's thoughts as it growled audibly. You will not escape me. You're the one who won't be escaping me. Its jaw was soaked in blood as it continued to ignore the bullet burning inside its body. Junlin made no attempt to tear himself away. On the contrary, shifting only as much as possible while locked in its jaws to get a better grip, he began plunging his nagasa into its neck again and again with its free hand, electricity crackling through the length of the blade. Both crashed to the ground, their thirst for the blood of the other swirling into the air. Its teeth continued to bite and his blade continued to stab until neither could no longer. After a few moments of pure silence, it was Junlin who rose, his coat and skin soaked in so much mud and red that could have been more his or his hunt's. He swayed as he attempted to steady his feet. He could hardly see through the blood dripping from his forehead, and then shoulder that has an endlessly punctured droop, barely unable to move. He was alive, but the battle was not over yet. Junlin took up his rifle again as the embers of life, though faint, continued in the eyes of the King of Thunder. It glared at the one who dealt its mortal blow, working despairingly to lift its limbs as its heart still beat, blood burling through its mouth and wounds with every sharp breath. So long as it lived, it would never stop trying to stand. With an eerie stillness about the moment, Junlin stood a frown in his weapon for placing it between the beast's eyes. A final gunshot then wailed through the mountain, carrying it with the end of a legacy's life. Bye-bye, bear. Chapter 12. Toward a New Journey. Hey, this one's only 10 pages. I got lucky. That day had come when one of the longtime threats disturbing the order of Mount White Crown was no more. Raiju, the false monarch none wished for, was finally felled by none other than a young man who it shared a cursed history. You did it, Junlin, piped Dao. Nice work, bawled Sayu. That's our first objective cleared. The companions who helped him achieve this event, knowing what it meant to him, raised their voices in congratulations as they approached. Junlin listened, confirming the beast was indeed dead before collapsing, and leaned back against its chest to catch its breath. A chill running through him as the tension of life or death struggled released itself all at once. His bleeding was heavy, but it was dead. Really dead. As he looked up to the sky, the clouds once conjured to divine an endless source of thunder cleared, revealing the sun at last. Yeah, I feel like I can finally move on now, even if it wasn't just my win. Without you, I'd never beat it. Though his battle was deeply a personal one to help him overcome his past, he could never pretend to believe the results would have given him the same, that he would come alone. It was not a fight with Chunlin, but Chunlin and the Woodland Wanderers. It was a distinct, valuable level of camaraderie he had not felt in a long time. Then we scratched each other's backs, Sayu responded, because without you, we'd never been able to get that last shard of the artifact. Oh yeah, wait a second, I'll get it for you. Chunlin's body was heavy, but he lifted himself and turned towards the body, Nagasa in hand. He cut into the beast, forcing some thrust into his movements despite discomfort from his wounds accompanying it. The hide was thick and tough to puncture. Need some help there? No, I can handle it, Dao. You keep out on the lookout for our next fight. He wanted to do this just for them. Just as they had helped him take down Raiju, completing a goal that had gone neglected for years, he wanted his strength to contribute toward the completion of their goal. As they watched and waited with anticipation, he almost felt embarrassed getting so worked up at the thought of helping them. He was grateful the blood spattered across his face hit his flushed cheek. Dao continued on as Chunlin worked. Well, that's checking one big thing off your list. You finally got revenge for your old man. I don't think I'd call it revenge. I don't think my dad would have wanted me to treat it as something so simple either. Sounds like something Sayu would say, but it wasn't revenge. Then what was it? I'm not sure. You could say my next journey will be figured that out, I guess. Chunlin found himself taking one more step toward understanding what his father said, as he pulled a piece of metal out of the corpse. But let's put that aside for your journey now. The metal, which had been lodged in Raiju's stomach, had caused unnatural organs to bloom around it. Turned out to be the blade of a knife. Chunlin felt it was heavier than his own Nagasa, however, and its length and width reminded him more of the West Gladius. So this was the part that transformed a normal bear into the King of Thunder, right? That's right, answered Sayu. It was one of the scrolls in the shrine we were at before. There's no doubt about it. This is the last of the Thunder Flashblade. So it's really part of the sword then. After wiping the blade clean of Raiju's innards, he handed it to Sayu, and she slotted it into the cylinder of the frozen sky. The two pieces indeed fit as they were made for one another, further confirming his suspicions. I thought the cylinder was some kind of flute at first, but it was a hilt all along. That's right, this is the artifact we've been searching for, the Blade of the Thundering Skies. What a cool name. As the two pieces became one, a blade emitted a dazzling flash of light in a cloud of fog. Once it cleared, what Sayu had held in her hand was far from the rusted cylindrical trinket and blade covered in gore. It was now a clean golden weapon of esteemed power. A creature of such delicate beauty that all three of them could feel the wisdom of age past distilled within its form. Still, we could have had control over better elements than lightning and water from when we faced the Oni. Do you know much about what this artifact was used for? The scroll doesn't say, but at least had a basic overview of what the artifact does. And now it's back at full power, right? Then what does it do? Anything that could actually give us a leg up over him? Mere minutes apart, two goals had been completed. The lightning that had tormented Mount White Crown through Raiju had now continued to its true form as the Blade of the Thundering Skies. Yet there was no time to bask in the warmth of the victories won. For they had one last sword to face before it was all done. One last powerful foe was enough to sap them of their building hope and shattering the bonds they had forged. Hate to interrupt, guys, but it looks like we're already out of time. He climbed a lot faster than I thought. Yeah, guess so, Chunlin responded. If we don't take him down, Sayu spoke, mind-focused and ready for what's to come, this fight will never end. There was a commotion down the mountain one that even in the distance they could feel was laced with intent to kill. Soon their eyes were fixed on the Oni. The strength of the murderous rage and willpower in the gaze he returned overshadowed anything the three of them could muster. I stopped and paused, Rise, and got up for a second. Hope you're enjoying the story. It's quite interesting. Neither of us have read this. I didn't read it in my playthrough, and neither did Ryzen, so it's interesting. I'll be curious how this plays out in Calvard. Sometimes these books don't, play out until, 2 or 3 games later. So we'll see. This one's pretty interesting. It's long. It's pretty interesting, though. Next time Ryzen thinks of doing this, let me know. Zero says the next time you want to do this, he says don't.
Oh, no, it's 500
Okay. Last 4 chapters. Chapter 13, An Unending Fight. The danger that had long loomed over Mount White-Crowned Raiju had been I've never seen it spelled like that, summarily defeated, and the Woodland Wanderers retrieved the Blade of the Thundering Skies. Yet there was still one final threat closing in on these young heroes, one devastating enough to destroy all their progress they struggled to make so far. There you are, completed artifact and all, the Oni growled. This saved us some time, right? Raiju is gone, so all that's left for me is to feast on you. Huh? You climb faster than I thought. You used one of your funny tricks again? Flippant as Dao naturally sounded, Chunlin agreed with the observation. No matter how strong the Oni was, it only had been a short time since he revived himself from beneath the sheet of ice. Chunlin looked beside the man to see that the entire terrain he passed had been extensively altered. The demon's stonecrafting powers had been used to create stairs and other unnatural hitches and jutsu of the earth to make it easier to conquer the treacherous terrain to the top. Guess you don't call yourself the Stone Melder for nothing. Okay. Of course, did you think mere walls and spears were all I could muster? The Oni flashed a wide grin that showered a numerous amount of teeth. I hope you'll enjoy being my prey, even you, Mataji. Your defeat of Raiju has captured my attention. You'll make for a suitable morsel. Stop talking like we're slabs of meat, Chunlin snapped. He understood well what the Oni wanted out of them, and it was far from profound. He had used his stone melding and found his way to the summit, not just to steal the artifact, but to feast its luster for slaughter. Though Chunlin had no idea what awakened his desire, he could see that all living beings, regardless of their worth, were his prey. We have no intention of being your morsels, and we have nothing to do with whatever grudge or obsession you seem to have against our people. We came here to fulfill a goal that we were given. That's all. No amount of intimidation would set her on another path. Not once did Sayu waver as she glared straight into the eyes of the monster who threatened the Woodland Wanderers for so long. Now that the Blade of Thundering Skies in hand, she was filled with more than just determinations. She was filled with a piercing, almost overwhelming willpower. The Oni laughed darkly as his display his bravado. You still think you won because of that? How pathetic. Think it all you like, but the artifact will soon be in my master's hands. I am more than just this. I have confidence, more knowledge, and a new friend. As she said this, Sayu levered her crossbow with the Blade of Thundering Skies slotted into it. This time, I am going to beat you. In Sayu, Chunlin saw the strength they had lost and was slowly regaining. He agreed with all those things, for he too had more confidence, knowledge, and friends to lift him up. They had risked their lives as a team to conquer which seemed impossible. And though he did not come out of the battle unscathed, the bonds he gained in the name of his victory would not go unremembered. Not wanting to let his companions down, Chunlin drew on what was left of his exhausted energy and pointed his rifle towards the Oni. This seemed to amuse the man greatly. Chunlin, Mataji, who brought down Raiju, I will gladly feast upon you. I do hope you'll entertain me in place of my prey that you had the audacity to take. Better count me in, Dao shouted. He was the first to throw himself at the Oni, leaping into the air and kicking off a nearby wall to launch himself forward. As Dao readied for an explosive mid-air spinning kick at the back of his target's neck, Chunlin and Sayu readied themselves to fire their weapons at any given moment. To the surprise of no one present, Dao's foot met with a shield of rock. Playing the same hand twice won't work against me, you imbecile. It's not a hand, it's a foot, so who's the real imbecile here, huh? The Oni grunted in surprise as Dao kicked off the shield with ease. In that same instance, a bolt wrapped in fog flew through the Ini's side. Only just being blocked in the split second he shifted a makeshift shield from his right hand to his left. The bolt was not alone. It had come accompanied by a bullet fired from the Chunlin, creating a deep crack in the stony foundation. Ha, sorry, just a diversion again, Dao mocked. Guess the same trick can work twice against you. Must be that your brain's made of rocks, too. I am the Stone Melder. Your childish taunts mean nothing to me. Sayu, knock him on his ass, Dao cried. Another bolt punctured the shield an instant later, erupting like a bolt of lightning with a loud clap and flash of light. The shock shattered the initial crack, and hot wind from the explosive aftermath singed to the hairs on the Oni's flesh. Whatever. Sayu seemed very pleased with the results. I'd call my first shot with this artifact a success. I might have an easier time figuring this out than I thought. The attack was perfect display of the absolute power she now wielded in her small hands. She still wrapped her bolts in fog born from the surrounding moisture in the air, but this fog now acted as a conductor of sorts, giving rise to long-range, precise lightning strikes. There was also one other thing she also noticed after the lightning subsided. I admit, you have yourself a dangerous weapon there. Quite a power that Raiju had hidden within itself. And I don't think that's all the Blade of Thundering Skies has got to it. It can control water and lightning to do just what it did now. Yes, but I think its original purpose was to... Her words were cut off as the Oni threw himself toward her. You can be the first to die. He formed a rock wall behind himself to hurl his great body in the direction of the... There's repeats. Of the two who burned him with their ranged attacks. Watch out, Sayu. Chunlin tried to block the incoming stone spear flung at him, but the impact was enough to fragment the Nagase he had hunted for so many years to its hilt. You believed you could block me with that pathetic knife? Fool. There's still plenty of ways to stop you with it. Chunlin dived to catch one of the shards from his beloved blade before throwing it at the Oni's face. It may have been damaged, but its deadly edge still remained, sliced among its target's eye on contact. Impudent brat, the enraged man roared from pain. Chalk that up to superior craftsmanship. Alright, he's open. Chunlin and Saju jumped to give themselves some space before the Oni before opening fire on him for another round. At the same time, Dao lashed out with a fresh kick from behind, followed by what was to be a vigorous punch to the tattooed back if the Oni hadn't stopped it first. No, Dao, screamed Sayu. A stone spear had sliced open Dao's side, one especially jagged from being formed in the Oni's haste to defend himself. Ow. The nimble Dao sunk to his knees after falling into the trap. Blood dripped heavily from the wound. If the spear's point had missed anything vital, any kind of wound that slowed one down before such a ruthless man was a fatal one. Damn it. There's got to be a way to save Sayu at least. Dao forced a burst of his depleted strength to roll out of the way the Oni's accompanying attacks. While Chunlin fired shot after shot to try and pin the opponent down. Just as the young man came face to face with their impending defeat, Sayu piped up with a strange question. Hey, Chunlin, is there a one-way tunnel or well of sort kind of around here? Like a really deep one? Chunlin was taken aback, but he also trusted there was a purpose behind it. With the Oni's full attention on Dao, the two quickly exchanged word. Yeah, one's a ways down. It's a cave about 10 arms deep, but there's only one way to get in or out. So what do you have in mind? Something that's a gamble. Well, with how things look right now, I've got no problem betting all my chips on you. Sayu smiled. Thanks. I think as long as I have a closed-off space, I can unleash it. The Blade of the Thundering Skies, full power. It's an S-craft. Chunlin instantly understood what the power was. A traveling piece that taught and demonstrated as much to him through a series of natural science lessons. Alright, you guys just need to head straight down the trail you chased Raiju up. You should find the cave there before long. What about you, Chunlin? You'll need some time to prep, right? I know this mountain like the back of my head. I'll keep him busy. This was, in the Mataji's mind, the best way to repay his debt and show that he had full trust in the Woodland Wanderer. You want me to do another one? You're an idiot.
I am an idiot, yeah.
There is no reason to hesitate. Having been freed from his own fate, Chunlin could now dedicate every last bit of his remaining strength to helping his companions. He fired off several more rounds, and Dao, either knowing Chunlin's intent or inspired back through Sayu's cry, rushed to his feet and darted through an opening in the Oni's defenses. Humph, you always so quick to flee, mouse. Hey, I'm your opponent now, Chunlin demanded. You know, the one who stole Raiju's kill from you. The Oni turned towards the call and gunshots aimed at his back. Watched Dao flee from the corner of his eye before preventing a bloodthirsty smile to his opponent. You think you can fight me alone, Mataji? Damn right I can. It's my duty to protect this mountain, so you've got to get through me first. A dark laugh elicited from the man. I've always appreciated those who don't know their own limits. Come and let me have a taste of the power that took down the King of Thunder. The Oni had completely fallen for Chunlin's provocation, but something didn't feel right about it. A shadow of doubt crossed Chunlin's heart as he had wondered just how this man, of all men, could fall for such a simple ploy. This man kills Woodland Wanderers to make himself stronger, he thought to himself. But is he really after the artifacts? Is it just about the hunt? Chunlin ran, bidding the Oni to follow. As he did, he pondered on his questions further, creating yet more questions about the strange enemy they faced. On the surface, he hunted for artifacts on behalf of some unknown clan. This later turned to an excuse to hunt the Woodland Wanderers and kill them for his own personal gain. Which was his true purpose now, then? Was it orders, or lust for blood? Well, whichever one it is, I still can't let him off the hook. Chunlin shook the question off with a final thought on the matter. He had to defeat the Oni, purpose known or unknown, even if he felt a twinge of pity towards a human who somehow lost his sanity to war-hungry impulses. Guiding the enemy with carefully aimed shots, Chunlin brought him to a stretch of mountain barren of outcroppings or trees, its flat terrain creating a thick, undisturbed blanket over the ground. Its slant made it an ideal spot for sledding, but it had been left untouched by humans. And here I thought you'd lead me to a merry chase. Did you underestimate me? Because I may have well underestimated you. You sure about that? In the same instant, Chunlin's rifle fired as he whirled around to avoid the Oni's first strike, hitting the ground. The bullet that flew through the air was reduced to a harmless spark by a rock wall, or would have been had all gone to plan. Impossible, my wall? Why? The wall formed by the Oni was too low to cover his body, and the bullet instead grazed off the very top of the wall, piercing the target's shoulder. How did it stop? What did you do? Nothing. Take a look around. Their current battlefield was a sea of snow, a place where the rocks so desperately needed for the Oni's defense were buried deep enough to be difficult to retrieve on the fly. The man's face twisted with enough disgust at that revelation that it seemed to change the script of the arcane writings tattooed over him. I'm going to ask you again. What are you? Despite revealing just how he bested him in the current environment, Chunlin felt he was no one position to take further advantage of it. You're hungry for more power when you don't even have a full grasp of the power you already have, so you murdered Woodland Wanderers. I know you're not all there, but even then, I'm having a hard time understanding you. The more he spoke, the more his anger fell to pity. He knew the emptiness of having lost one's purpose in life as much as he now knew the joy of finding value and purpose again. This man's purpose, simple in declaration, yet far more complex and claimed, had at some point become distorted. Somewhere along the way, your reason for fighting and your reason for living somehow got jumbled together. Realizing this, Chunlin felt a threat. Further, he might deceive to the man's heart. He noticed a color drain from Oni's skin, a kind of apprehension that came when oneself was being exposed. You said your power was gifted to you, right? Did that inspire you or give you purpose? Or were you just told what your purpose was? Shut up! All over the Oni's tattoos began to flash a reddish-black glow, while giving off a heat strong enough to burn his very flesh. Chunlin had never seen it. He felt dwarfed in the shadows of his sinister glow before him. Bullseye, huh? Don't you taunt me. What could you possibly understand about me? I should have died when they took my home, but I'm here. So who could condemn me for wanting power, for wanting to feed this hunger? The Woodland Wanderers took your home? That doesn't sound like them at all. Or was that something someone told you? Chunlin had no interest in his opponent's life story, sorrowful as it appeared to be. The Oni, his driving forces being laid bare, in turn spoke in a low, powerful snarl as the madness of his movements grew more frantic. Kill. Hunt. I love to devour the Woodland Wanderers, but you should understand this hunger, fellow hunter. Why I would want to make a meal out of you. This isn't some hunt. I could never accept what you're doing as hunting. They fought on, evenly matched in offense and defense, despite having been robbed of his advantage and reason. He only shied no showing of his frenzy. He could not throw makeshift spears in an instant, so he raised what he could of a shield as he rushed the Mataji. Chunlin fell back step by step, all while firing at the wall, barreling toward him. Chunlin was struck by the hollowness of the Oni's experience as they continued. It appeared his hunger was only a terrible greed that would never be satisfied. We Mataji hunt to live, to accomplish our goals, face life. Don't lump our traditions with your meaning of slaughtering. Then what have I been fighting for? No, wait. No. What have I been fighting for? Are you saying I really killed for nothing, Mataji? Chunlin knew he could never lose against such a man. How could someone fighting to discover his own goals, someone fighting to protect others, someone now fighting to inherit all his people had to give, ever lose against one who destroyed to fulfill an endless void? Leaning his weight under the rock built up, the Oni rushed headlong down the slope. It was as though he wanted to use all of his destructive self and all the pressure building within to crush Chunlin whole. How should I know if you don't know? But what I do know is that you not knowing the answer will spell your loss on this mountain. Chunlin felt none of his presence. Pressure. However, for all it rang as hollow as Oni saw his eyes. He was full for reason from being forged bonds, and he could draw from those strengths however he needed to conquer his foe. The Oni lashed out with a hard, heavy stone pole, but the attack did nothing but send the air and snow dancing. I missed. Where are you? Right in front of your face. Chunlin was guiding over the snow on a wooded plank, a piece of a cabin that once stood on the remote slope. In his rage, the Oni cared not if his own sight was blocked by the rock wall and had continued charging wildly, completely missing that Chunlin was preparing his getaway. No matter. The snow around here is more shallow. The advantage is mine again. Indeed, seeing the ground starting to poke through with the snow and pockets gave the Oni the confidence to boast. If he could take down this brat who managed to see through the bravado that sustained him, then all would be well again. Little did he know, Chunlin had a good reason for leading the Oni to a cave where his advantage would be lost. A cave? As they came inside of the cave, Chunlin ready to place his faith in the next step from his companions, threw aside the board and pushed blasts of his energy into his legs. What? White haze? Is she not ready yet? He had not expected the cave to be obscured by white fog. He turned back to his foe, perhaps noticing Chunlin's confusion, or simply basking in favorable terrain. The Oni shivered with the light. His tattoos began to pulse with light, shining so brightly even the gleam in his eyes was lost from view.
Oh,
You can finish.
I'm going to finish.
That's what she said.
What am I fighting? Oh my god. It's not very family friendly of you. I guess not. Oh god. Okay. The chapter 15, the stone melder crumbles.
Why is it so warm?
Because I'm warm. I'm a warm person. A warm soul. The look on her face is funny. I guess he's about to die. Sayu, I see Chunlin with the Oni. Looks like this is it. This would be the place where the Woodland Wanderers and Mataji would end their fight against the man who terrorized them. Keeping watch outside the dead-end cave they hold up in, Dao could see their companions and sworn enemy approaching at a rapid pace. It was difficult for him to report to Sayu, though he stopped bleeding. The wound in his side was painful enough to render him immobile. Still, Dao felt such pain was nothing compared to the opportunity to finally sever the chains of torment and nightmares this man had inflicted upon his people. Sorry, Dao. I underestimated how tough this would be. Sayu's response was uncharacteristically bitter. She was examining the bolts she had pierced into the walls of the cave, pulling some out when unsatisfied with their placement and adding them elsewhere. As she hopped here and there through the mist while clutching the blade of the thundering skies, there was a quiet determination in her eyes. Despite the frigid weather, a cold sweat dripped down her face from her nerves. What's wrong? I've never heard you doubt yourself like this. But if you got troubles, it's my job to share the burden with you. From where Dao stood above the cave, he couldn't see her expression. Nor did he know exactly what she was attempting to do from the inside, yet he knew her voice as well. As much as he believed unwaveringly that against all her anxiety, whatever the problem, they would overcome as a team. It's the artifact. It's taking longer than I thought to figure out. I think being half inside Raiju changed it somehow. Like, it's been augmented to better suit its lightning attacks. I barely understood a word of that, but if you're struggling with it, it's not a complete loss, is it? Like, your estimation of what it does isn't that far off? It's not. So long as I have enough time, I should be able to make this work. Sayu pushed herself to move faster as she used the bolts in the artifact to adjust the amount of mist and electricity in the cave. She could not afford to slow her hand. Slick with condensation they now were, as even just a hair more impatience would risk harming her accuracy. I'll go meet with Chunlin to buy you some more time then, Dao said. Then we'll jam that Oni into this hole as soon as you're good to go. Leaving from the top of the cave, he waved and ready to take off towards Chunlin, who was already well within range to hear him call out. Down, not with that wound, Sayu cried. The bleeding stopped, so I can handle another fight. I'll do whatever it takes to help you fulfill your goals, Sayu. It's what I live for. Daya made a playful slapping at his bicep. That's smart when you're bleeding heavily, dude. Sayu was aware of how much control one required of their muscles to master Shen, but she knew he was only trying to reassure her. The only reason he could still run now was due to him flexing his core to reduce bleeding. Okay, so that's just a thing, huh? And prevent the wound from widening. So he had no time to dress it with herbs or bandages. Okay. I don't think that works. Plus, I'll have Chunlin with me. Your plan will work, so no more doubting and just do what you gotta do to see this through. Chunlin and the Oni noticed Dao by this point, causing him to accelerate the burden on his body to enter the fray sooner. No matter how Sayu protested, he was going to end the fight. Darn it, Dao, I wish your body would keep up with all the crap you put it through. He was right, though. Though she grumbled with blurry irritation, she had to trust her own thinking and focus her end on the plan. On her end on the plan. Her cousin had always been there to protect her. She knew well she could leave her safety to him. Are you sure you're okay to move around? Chunlin shouted at Dao, alarm apparent in his voice. Right back at you. But whether we're good or not, we gotta keep throwing down. Chunlin understood that to mean Sayo still needed more time, and Dao's arrival was proof enough. After glancing over the fog-filled cave, the Mataji knew what he needed to do. Ah, a little mouse, the Oni said blankly, eyes now devoid of any emotion. Good! I'll kill you too! I'll crush everything! Everything! His tattoos reflected his bloodlust and rage through the reddish-black shade as they pulsed through his skin. The dude is seriously nuts. Well, aren't we looking extra demonic? Tao quipped. About time you started embracing the name we gave you. He's completely lost it. No kidding, did he ever have it? Chunlin said, there's no telling what he's going to do now, so watch yourself. Doesn't that mean you fall into traps even easier? I hope so. As the Oni formed a massive stone blade over his arm, neither could tell if the roar elicited came from his voice or if the burst of color from his tattoos produced an audible shudder from the very air. The blade was a third of his arm and perforated his skin. Its jagged, uneven surface seemed to shriek with the wind upon every wild swing. An instant after the two young men threw themselves to the side to avoid being struck, a large tree behind them seemed to explode as though it were hit by lightning. Dao couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Has he been hiding this kind of power this whole time? I'd wager he didn't use it because of the strain it puts on his own body. But I don't think we can afford to just sit here and wait for him to self-destruct. The Oni driven by bloodlust, and only bloodlust by this point. Though the light had faded from his eyes, his body was being pushed to new, limitless heights by the madness burning within. Chunlin could feel it was the kind of rage that would not stop until everything around him and beyond was reduced to ash. Even if we could, I don't have that kind of patience. Let's just beat the hell out of him, Chunlin. Right here, right now. Way ahead of you. As at the signal to start of the official battle, Chunlin fired off a shot at the flesh where the Oni's right hand melded into a weapon, a useless act, as it had been blocked by a stone wall now formed around his left hand. Guess he still gotta deal with those damn shields. Still on point with the most annoying things ever, even when he's lost his marbles. Well, we can't sneak in with little hits, we'll just have to use his big swings against him. On it. It appeared the stone merging into his flesh was beginning to restrict the Oni's breathing, but through blood-soaked swings he continued to fight with his blade. This dude is seriously nuts. Get down. His next strike was horizontal. Both felt the hair being tugged by the chaotic winds. As the edge pressed over their heads, Dao then took this moment as a chance to counter. Your stomach's wide open. Time for some payback. No, Dao, not yet. Dao persisted before Chunlin could stop him. He transformed all his pain and anger, unleashing it all into a single attack at his full exposed torso, and another. The first blow was immediately followed by a roundhouse kick at the Oni's leg. However, the one sent flying this time was not the demon, but Dao. Even after throwing all of his weight into the sweep, the Oni still had more than enough power to launch a small but tremendous counterattack with his left hand. Come on! Dao sputtered between coughs as they're landing. You're telling me he's just as fast as his feet, even when he's out of control? If he can still block bullets, of course he can counter a kick. Chunlin's felt exasperation. When I said use his big swings against him, I meant we should control where he goes. Look, the ground at the Oni's feet appeared as though a deep footprint shape had been dug out of it. He was swinging massive amounts of rock, much heavier than himself, with unfathomable, unmanageable power. And with each swing, he was naturally spun around by its momentum. Their enemy followed with a third attack. Chunlin jumped in the opposite direction they did. The controller is low. In the opposite direction of Dao toward the cave where Sayu was waiting. The fog was getting progressively thinner. We bought her a good amount of time so far. Can't be much longer. That's right. Doesn't matter how we get him there. This ends the same way. Dao bounded before the Oni to feign a foolish frontal attack. Good of you to line up for the slaughter, howled the Oni as he lashed his blade downward, cutting nothing as Dao dropped the feint and jumped nimbly away. Can't believe you'd fall for something so obvious. I hate your guts, but I might start feeling bad if this keeps up. Don't get cocky. If you eat one of those, you're done, so no messing around. Chunlin's warning was followed by several shots to seal the Oni's movement. The Oni aimed a counter at Chunlin, but he had calculated the time between the attacks and dodged with ease. The Mataji and Woodland Wanderer continued their pattern of baiting, attacking, and dodging, counters, baiting, attacking, and dodging, counters again, with each heavy swing bringing their target closer to the cave. They repeated it until they heard a clear bass sound. Bass sound. that signaled to them that Sayo had exited the cave and the end of the battle was near. There's the conch. Sayo's ready. Chunlin noticed that the fog had completely cleared from the cave. Come on, Stone Melter, into the grave you go. Standing prominently with arms spread at the mouth of the cave, he taunted one less attack out of the demon. Instead of swinging again, the Oni let the blade crumble and leaped for his prey, using the rock shield on his left arm instead. One last push, huh? Chunlin muttered under his breath, yet he did not flinch in the face of the direct assault. At that moment, words from Sayo through the vagabond flashed across his mind. Hit the unexpected with the unexpected. So Chunlin did just that. Rather than counter the Oni's barreling strike, Chunlin stood still, took a deep breath, and rolled backward into the cave. Dao. Got it. Dao dove in behind them, and after grabbing Chunlin's arms, as he lay entangled in the Oni's grip on the ground, unleashed Shin. See ya, rocks for brains. It's the end of the line for you. The Oni doubled over, fell, releasing his grip just as Dao used the momentum of the attack, pulled himself and Chunlin safely back out of the cave. Your rampage ends here. Still sailing through the air with Dao, Chunlin aimed one last shot into the cave and fired it. It seemed to course through the air with the will of the man who fired it. Flying unerrantly within the cave towards the Oni's head, a brisk whistle following its path. The Oni raised the stone shield to block it, and right then, sparks engulfed in a flash of light as bright as the sun. The lone shot had become a fireball that consumed all within the cave, taking the Oni along with it. Well, I think he's dead. Chapter 16, clinging to what is precious. Another cursed fate had been severed. After the flames erupted and the explosion continued unceasingly, the brittle rocks of the cave collapsed, forever sealing the demon within. Yow. Dao reacted with surprise, coupled with his pain, and his back was slammed against the stony ground. Looking up at the cave, he was met with an even greater surprise. He knew their plan would be enough to bring down the inside of the cave, but its outer shell was crumbling as well, carving a new base into the landscape. With balance lost, the loose, unnaturally broken stone started sliding away, taking much of the slope with it. Was it meant to do all that? The full-on cave-in must have been the Oni. Chunlin replied. He couldn't block an explosion from every direction with his power, but he probably messed with as many of the rocks inside so he could before his death. So his habit of pulling out rocks from his surroundings to make shields out of things just made things worse for him from time to time. Makes sense, but no way did he cause that huge an explosion. Was that the blade of the thundering sky? I don't know, but I'm sure she could tell you. At some point, they had been rejoined by Sayu, who stood by to observe what just transpired. Unlike her companions, there's no hint of surprise on her face. That was a hydrogen explosion. You turned the cave into a hydrogen bomb?
What?
That's what she did, apparently.
Atomic bomb?
Apparently, she turned it into like a hydrogen bomb.
That's
The
hydrogen bomb is a atomic bomb. Same thing.
The logic is simple. The true purpose behind the artifact is to collect and deconstruct water molecules. So I just gathered them up in a cave and had Chunlin ignite them. You literally created an atomic bomb in the freaking cave. Wow. I would imagine he's quite dead.
I would think so.
Sayu, Joy, you're right. Are you hurt at all? I have no idea what the hell you just said, but as long as you're okay, I'm okay. In one ear and out the other. What about you, Dao? You okay? Even after using Shin again? Dao reacted with a grimace as though the question reminded him he was indeed severely injured. All around him, the snow was dyed a deep red. Dao? Damn, guess the womb opened up. Can't believe I screwed up this bad. That's okay, I think. The wound's only opened up a little bit, but that doesn't mean you're good to move around just yet. Lay back for me. Yeah, sorry, but thanks. Sayo procured some herbs and bandages from her pouch. Chunlin wanted to help, but as he tried to sit up, he was overcome with a wave of exhaustion, numbness in his legs, and fell back down to, not you too, Chunlin. I'm fine, he reassured Sayo. I think all the adrenaline from fighting is just finally catching up to me. I'm nowhere near as bad as Dao. Dude, you had a bear with lightning bite your freaking shoulder repeatedly. After inspecting Chunlin's wounds, Sayo didn't believe he was telling the truth, but she quickly returned to patching up Dao. Still, her worries were getting the better of her, and she would glance in his direction now and again between her work. Really, I'm fine. Let me rest for a bit. He said, voice weak with overwhelming drowsiness. If you don't have any medicine to perk me up, then I'll just sleep for a bit. It's not like I'll die. Chunlin trailed off, his vision dimmed. He could have sworn he could see two people he recognized behind Sayu. As the sunlight peeked over her shoulder, the snow beneath him, cold as it was meant to be, felt more akin to a warm bed as he drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, Chunlin was awake and leaning with Sayu in the shade of a tree as they watched the sun continue to rise. But they weren't looking at one another as they spoke, gazing on the same sky in peace gave them a deeper sense of connection than doing so would ever would. I wish I could have learned what the Oni's deal was, Sayu mused. I still have a whole lot of questions. And I wish I could tell you, Chunlin responded, but I will say that toward the end, I felt kind of sorry for him. It felt like something was pushing him to a point where there was no turning back, even if he wanted to. He thought so too, huh? Well, I suppose it's all a moot point now. He attacked and we defended ourselves. That was all. Dao slept soundly near a pile of straw the two managed to put together. According to Sayu, the worst was over, and he would recover. At the same time, they both looked over to the collapsed cave of the slope. There's no sign of movement. I mean, we didn't see his body, so maybe he somehow survived a hydrogen bomb, but that would be kind of nuts. Mount Whitecrown had its natural silence return to it at last. Wish I had a sword that made a freaking hydrogen bomb. I think I finally get why you can walk your path without hesitation, Chunlin said. Do you? In a way that will help you walk along your own path? Yeah, I think it will. Chunlin had dreamed briefly that he was reunited with his father. They exchanged no words, but the dream was a simple one. Unclouded by indiscernible emotions, his father told him that he was proud of him, that he could now move on to find his next goal in life. And then ruffling his son's hair much as he did so often while he was still alive, he disappeared. It was enough to remind Chunlin of why he was always bound by everything his father told him. I've always wanted my life to have meaning, Chunlin continued. I wanted to feel like a Mataji. Meaning to know I really was facing life, as my dad had put it. And not knowing how to find it left me at a standstill. But after meeting you and just giving everything into seeing your goal completed, I think I better get what he meant. Meaning isn't something to search for or justify in the moment. It's something you find when you look back at what's been done. If I can think back on the life I've faced and see that it meant something to me, I've already fulfilled our beliefs as a Mataji. Though weaved into another's path, he found something new and wonderful about himself that would never have found otherwise. Guess that makes us opposites. Sayos let out a small chuckle, followed by the brightest smile Chunlin had ever seen from her yet. Having lowered his gaze from the environment surrounding them to meet hers, Chunlin was left to wonder how such an unrefined smile could feel so serene at the same time. So clear were her eyes that he even see himself in them. A face that with a similarly brilliant, warm expression that he almost could not recognize. Feeling suddenly sheepish from watching for too long, he turned away. Opposites? Well, for me, I feel like meaning comes first. Before I do anything, I always make sure there's meaning behind decisions I'm making. Wow, then we really are as opposite as you can get. Since Sayo had faith in her every action would be worth something. She never had to look back and wonder if she had done something was worthwhile. Chunlin, however, thought it better to look back at what was done and glean a new, more solid foundation from the path already forged. I'll always be stuck in the past, I guess, he whispered. I don't think that's true. Sayo pointed his attention to the blade of the thundering skies. I think you're a little more like me than you think. We never could have won this fight without you. In fact, I'd say we won our battles because you trusted that your help would turn the tides in our favor. And maybe I'm a little more like you than I think too. Our paths and goals just happened to cross, Sayo continued. But here we are now, looking back and having gotten something out of this coincidental experience. Meaning, both sides brought something to both sides brought something of themselves to the day, working to cover each other's weaknesses in order to overcome a series of great trials as a team. Despite their short time together, they knew that what they managed to achieve was no small accomplishment. So it sounds to me like you were able to find what you were looking for. Kind of. Chunlin did have an answer, but he felt it was one among many possible answers to be discovered. Yet for now, at least, it was enough to give him a direction to start walking. Not sure if I'll be able to stick to the path I found the way you guys have. I think you'll be fine. You remind me of the Mataji who showed me mine, and also how I was when I first met him. Chunlin still did not know who the vagabond who was that vagabond was who showed Sayo her way all those years ago. But he was grateful for the great change he brought in her. In that sense, Chunlin could very much see how he was like a little lost, how he was like the little lost girl the Mataji God guided. That's a weird sentence. I wondered what he would be looking for in his travels, Chunlin pondered, and where he was going. He thought about the past 2 days some more, and he was left with the sense that he had closed a journey he never thought to trek. He met 2 new people he could trust, unbound himself from a broken past, and found courage that would see him to a mended future in such an unimaginable short period of time, and I'm so proud of it. With a sweet feeling it was to realize his life was worth living. There might be a big gamble on my part, but maybe it'd be a good idea to take up new trails. Continue searching an even bigger path to walk like you guys, and so Chunlin decided he would take his first steps toward the future. There was no firm road to guide him, but he trusted with most certainly that the beaten path walked to be the incredible end. The beaten path walked would look incredible when he turned back around to admire it. I don't know how that's not the last chapter. I know, I have to read 20 pages. Finale, Mataji. A month passed. Much heralded the beginning of the spring. For most, this would mean flowers and sunshine. I'm assuming whoever the Oni's working for is probably some of the villains in Kuro. Or Daybreak, whatever you want to call it. From Mount Whitecrown, however, snow was still falling and falling, piling into heavy blankets along the ground. Those who lived on the mountain knew her mannerisms well, and they felt in their bones that this particular spring had come on much quicker and was far milder than in previous years. Still, there were fewer blizzards to chase travelers off its windy tails, and green bamboo shoots could be seen poking their heads out of the thinner patches of white. The elder residents of the Mataji village remarked that this was the true spring of Mount Whitecrown they remembered from their youth. Chunlin thrust a sturdy stick through his bag of his belongings and stepped out the door of his home. He walked down a path leading to the village, thinking along the way of how that path, small as it was, came with so many meaningful discoveries. The last year had been so full of such little things. If he could find them through a hunting path like this one, then he was certain to discover an unfathomable wealth on new, far longer trail ahead of him. Leaving on schedule. You're a punctual lad, Chunlin. As Chunlin passed through the village before the sun had even risen, as though he were waiting for him, he heard the voice of the chief call out at his back. Chunlin had intentionally gotten his farewells out of the way the night before so he could leave in the morning when everyone was still in bed. You should be asleep. Goodbyes were what yesterday was for, Chief. You think an old man like me can't rise and shine this early in the morning, Chief Harum? I spent many a long, adventurous nights out camping for wild game, you know. I can get up early for something this important. I know this isn't quite what you were hoping for, but I think I'll be a better man for it, so thank you for that, really. Chunlin was long overdue to say this to the man, for it had been too long since he expressed his gratitude. The time he expressed it were too few on the whole. Even as he said it, he was relieved it was still too dark for the flushed expression on his face to be visible. He always felt that the elders saw him as a burden. He was the last of his generation in the village, a pedigree youth trained by his father, the previous chief, who had himself been trained by a Mataji of legend. What a waste of potential he was for his lack of confidence of direction in life. Surely they begrudged him being their final option as the next to carry on their will and would be glad to see him gone. But when he announced his desire to leave, all of them, led by the chief, worked their hardest to convince him to do otherwise out of genuine want for his presence. It wasn't until he explained his motives that they agreed the journey would be an excellent character-building exercise for their future chief and welcomed the idea with warmth. It is often said that children are unaware of just how precious they are to their parents, and Chunlin now imagined that this to be the case with him in the village. Hoped for. You found your pride as a Mataji. That's more than what I could have hoped for. Your father and Master Kian would be very proud. I'd like to think that. Thank you, Chief. I promise to find a way of giving back to this place after everything it's given me. Chunlin felt the village needed to bet on the winds of change. He was nowhere near ready to lead as the next chief, but if it could continue cultivating meaning in life worthy of that high station, he was confident that he could be part of the ushering in a new age for his people. Last month, I was able to put something behind me after years of stagnation, he told the chief. I acted as Mataji to save others and upheld our ways to eliminate that which threatened it. I want to find more of what changed me than in the rest of the world. Oh, you were less stagnant than you realized. You haven't changed all that much in my eyes, even. You think so? Chunlin was caught off guard by this. He was certain he would be told how much he changed. He was certain he would be told how much he'd changed in so short a time. To him, his horizons had expanded far beyond anything he had known before, transforming into someone unrecognizable from the man he was. You've never been able to ignore someone in need. All you did last month was just that. I'd say it was perfectly in line with how you've always been. It was true. It was this very instinctual habit that had been the catalyst for him to meet the young girl and start his whole adventure. And there was, in fact, a connection between his impulse to help others and his constant struggle to find meaning in his meager existence, and perhaps he had really changed very little. Almost forgot to say, the chief began, a noticeable lighter shift in his voice now present, to account for Chunlin's downcast gaze. The preserving of Raiju's body is almost finished. Are you sure you don't want it? What? You want to give him the dead Thunder Bear body? Okay. It was you and your father's goal for so long. You mean like the fur coat, I guess? I'm assuming. You have every right to claim it. Oh, that. True to tradition. Once it was confirmed that the Oni was no longer a threat, the Mataji had retrieved the corpse of Raiju and stuffed it. It was a method of displaying that the danger had passed and the mountain had continued being protected from impurities by human hands. It was also a great symbol of pride, as the Mataji were always quick and sure to assign the glory of an arduous kill. Are you sure it's alright to leave it in the village square? It's fine, there's no space for it in my house. Besides, I hunted it to cut ties with it in my past. Then the rest of us will be sure to take good care of it. I wonder if we can go to this place in one of the Kuro games. It'd be cool to see that, like, just sitting in the town square. It will make for a wonderful reminder of how you protected us for generations to come. Chunlin gave a small nod of approval. If his old regret could be transformed in such a way, then he welcomed it. Well then, I'm off. Now with no such heaviness to weigh him down, his greatest worry was how much meaning he could absorb in the great wide world to make his own. Would he find anything at all? Would he meet his newfound companions who changed so much of him again? Would they see how much he had grown after what he would come to learn? Casting these bubbling thoughts of anxiety aside, Chunlin turned away and departed. Even if many an obstacle or trial arose from his new path, he knew he possessed the means to overcome them. After all, he was a Mataji. He could face whatever life had to throw at him. You take care, Chunlin. We'll be waiting for your return, the chief said to himself, standing and watching till he could see the young man's back no more. Once he was out of view, he turned his gaze to the relic beside him of Kian Okus. Pulled out a gourd of sake from his war robe and sprinkled some of it over the monument before resting his back against it. I don't know if you remember his face, Kian, but the son of your disciple just left saying the same things you did. The smile on the chief's face was different from the one of support he had shown Chunlin. It was not a youthful grin, but closer to a nostalgic grin, often worn in his youth, and he thought back to his younger days. You said this whole continent was one big mountain, that we were merely at one of its summits, and to discover what truly was to be faced in life, we needed to discover all it had given us. I don't claim to understand such grand ideals, but then call me a simple man, plenty content watching over our little home as it is right now. The relic sparkled as it bathed in the light of the morning sun. He took down Raiju, even a demon. The way he is now, I think he'll more than understand what you meant by the end of his journey. Chunlin had seen off Sayo and Dao 2 days after the Oni's defeat. Yes, I know. As soon as their wounds were healed, they felt it their duty to rejoin their people, let them know the threat that long plagued them was no more, and make their way to their shrine. He found it strange just how much he learned about them when he reflected He found it strange just how much he learned about them when he reflected back on that brief 2-day period of recovery. There they had been, forced to uncover one another's combative strengths and weaknesses out of necessity, placing a deep trust in one another that would ordinarily take years to develop, and then there they were. The storm that brought them together having passed, it was upon this respite that both sides realized they hardly knew who the other was at all. They then gathered around the table as friends, teaching each other their ways in detail. From there, Chunlin learned much about the Woodland Wanderers beyond what he saw in that book. And Sayo and Dao listened with gripping interest about the many traditions of the Mataji around them. Their conversation sparked his desire to depart. There had been a reason Sayo walked her path, something behind her unshakable faith that her every action along that path held meaning, and it stemmed from the vagabond Mataji, the book he gave her. Through its lengthy contents, Sayo grew increasingly curious about how her people fit into the puzzle around them, wondering if she could unveil new meaning in their ways by discovering a more personal purpose through them. Chunlin hoped for much the same. If he could discover more about himself through the new path he was choosing to walk, would he, too, be able to return home a more complete person than the experiences to use, and put his experiences to use. Their goals were not to do away with old traditions, but to find new ways to celebrate them by creating better selves. The two swore that they would meet one another again, not just as friends, but as sides that would continue to inspire one another to new heights. Chunlin dearly hoped that by the time their paths crossed, he would be the kind of person who could expand Sayo's world that much more, bringing yet another dimension to her ever-growing journey. The world was a very big place from their brief interaction. Even the small world Chunlin had always known, the snowy mountain slopes and its many winding trails, were seen in a new light. If he could learn so much from what he thought familiar, what else could he gain from running wild and taking in the great unknown? Sayo told him that the vagabond saw the world as one big mountain. If Chunlin saw it the same way, then he was merely off to explore this mountain's many slopes on the hunt for prey not yet seen. Despite its grander scale, this journey and his actions were in essence still so very like a Mataji's. See you when I see you, Chenlin thought to himself of the woodland wanderer, eagerly awaiting the day he could be the second Mataji in her life to unequivocally shift her life's course for the better. No Mataji could sleep through the roaring of the beasts in the night. Chenlin Eisen, now officially a vagabond, had been wandering on the borders of dreams regarding the day of his departure one moment and the next. He was on his feet in the bed of a mini pickup truck. That's so weird. Yeah, it's because there's different kinds of cars in Calvard, because they have like all the racing shit. So they have like more car models. It's like a big thing in Calvard apparently. I think Noel mentions some of it. His trusted Sarube, his old-fashioned muzzleloader held firmly in his hands. I'm assuming we're gonna meet this guy in Daybreak. Every surrounding truck that made up a caravan had skidded to a similar halt, their cargo bed passengers being jerked awake from bumpers being smacked into minor collisions from the unexpected stop. We'll also probably get to meet that doctor from Back Alley Glen, and then obviously Gambler Jack and Hal. Yeah. Chunlin scanned the surrounding area for any irregularities, picking up on the source quickly. A sloth of unidentified bears surrounding the truck leading the caravan. With incredible haste, he then leaped from the bed of the truck and rushed forward to assist them. He could have sat in silence and waited for the danger to pass while admiring the tiny peak of Mount White Crown, still visible in a far-off distance, but that simply was not who he was. His instinctive habit of diving headfirst into helping others persisted even beyond the home he left behind. Once something he thought of as patronizing or unnecessary, he now fully celebrated it for the experiences it could gift him in retrospect. His journey had only just begun. To where on this mountain Chunlin would go, he did not know. All he could say for certain was that by the time he reunited with his heroic friends somewhere along its meandering slopes, he would be a prouder self for it. The end. Of what? The vagabond that she met? Yeah, I guess it was nobody important. I was waiting for some weird twist about the vagabond, but no. I guess it never happened. Oh god. That was a lot of text.
Oh, it won't take me that long. Almost 4 hours later.
I didn't... Okay. Well, I mean... You know... That's a lot. Look, it's not as long as Red Moon Rose. I think that's the longest one. I mean, it was interesting. Okay. Yes, we are done. I think is it this one? Oh, this one might also come into play in Calvert as well. I don't know.
There's stuff from Sky Third that is apparently coming.
Yeah, Gambler Jack is the one from Sky Third that we're definitely going to have resolution to. Of course, there was Gambler Jack too. So we've already had the Cornelia one because that's Ein and Toval. There's the one from Back Alley Glen that we haven't gotten. In Crossbow. I forget what the other book in Crossbow was. Was it Red Moon Rose? I think it was Red Moon Rose, right? Which obviously that's Rose. Yeah, well, Hero 3 is coming, so. Okay. You want to do your one last sadistic laugh? Okay, so Monday will be, oh, you know what you need to do? I don't have a thumbnail for Radiant Historia. We're going to be streaming Radiant Historia Monday. I'm going to try to stream Battle Network Tuesday. Oh, there it is. We'll see you again soon, Ren. This year, probably. I love her new design. It's just so cool. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do Radiant Historia starting Monday. And then, what was I saying? Oh, I'm try to stream Battle Network Tuesday. What? Yeah, that's fine. And I also need might as well make a chrono trigger.
La la la.
Oh, there it is. La la la. Not really. I mean, I'm this video every day going up starting Sunday. Well, I mean, it's 100-hour game after years. I'm not even into the end game yet. I'm still in Palom's Tale in the Let's Play, even what I've recorded to. The stupid challenge dungeon. Okay, that's enough, Ren. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go, like, die and the rest of my voice. I mean, I'm gonna go rest of the voice so I don't die. And then, go from there. Kind of sad. We're saying goodbye to, like, most of these characters. Except for, like, Lapis and Swin and Nadia. And Rufus, I'd imagine. He'll probably play a role in Calvert Arc eventually. I think he's gonna be in one of them because he's around with Lapis. Lapis is clearly introduced for, continuing on. I know we'll see more of, like, Fee and Ren. Tita will probably show up eventually. Probably not maybe the third game or something, but they've set her up to show up. We're definitely going to see Reen at some point in the arc. I mean, that's for sure. They've set him up with something with Yun Kafai. Tio we'll probably see at some point because they're doing something with Epstein versus Vern. I don't know if anybody else will show up. Lloyd might show up, or... Well, Risha. Risha, she's from Calvert. Yeah, we'll see her. Yeah, McBurn will show up eventually again. Toa is also gonna be around eventually, I would imagine. She's doing her NGO stuff, so she's set up to do things there. I'd be stunned if we saw, like, Elliot again. Toval will be shown again because they have to do a lot more with this character. Just a matter of time. Jubilee will be around eventually, yes. Altina's a very popular character, so she'll probably show back up eventually. Stay with Million. Gaius will because of the church at some point. Vita will because she's in Anguis. Sharon might not because she's out of Ouroboros now and she's not Ren. So, I mean, they'll probably just do cameos for some characters, but, like, Ren is going to play a major role, and so is Risha. Zen will be important, too. I mean, speculating, but, Alright, I'm going to go rest. Thanks for hanging out. Sal, Shirley, and, Sigmund will probably show up, because he's, like, Sal's rival. I don't know. Whatever. Take care.